Son las 8:02.
Okay, it's 8:02, and at 8:02, we would like to welcome everybody. And
Hoy es el segundo día de nuestra jornada.
today, it's the second day of our socio-environmental history workshop for the Colombian Andes. Yesterday, we was a very active and enriching day with a very high levels of participation, and we're so happy. But before we start, we would like to give you some technical indications. So that, okay, basic recommendations, please keep your mics closed. Let's try to participate through the chat. We're going to be gathering the information. And I would like to mention that we have
translation during the workshop during the entire day. So for those who don't speak Spanish, you can choose your language or your preference by clicking over the globe. You can find it at the right hand of where you usually chat. This is at the bottom of your screen. You will find a globe, kind of Earth globe or planet. You can click on and you can choose the language or your preference, Spanish or English. We have 3 translators helping us in the translation. We are very grateful because yesterday we have a fantastic day without major inconvenience. So thank you so much for the 3 people from English Link who are helping us today. De manera que ustedes pueden tener traducción simultánea inglés-español y español.
So you're going to have simultaneous translation. Click in the interpretation button.
Interpretation, you click and you choose the language of your preference. Les quiero pedir también que por favor.
I would also say if you can please keep your cameras down, although there's a moment when we are going to turn out our cameras because we want to see the people that are here with us, but because of connection, if you can please turn off your cameras. As I was mentioning, the workshop has 2 spaces. It has a main room where we're going to have the introductory talks. For example, today, the talk by Dr. Sonio Achila, where we also have the panel where we're going to have 4 fantastic panel for today's topic, and a space for work groups. As we mentioned yesterday, the work group session, it's a session that requires prior inscription. However, if during the panel discussion, we see that the people that were registered have not arrived or are not connected, we are going to enable some spaces so that those that have not been registered can participate. At the end, you will also see the posters session that we kicked off yesterday with Santiago Munoz talking about colonial landscapes, so that you are able to know about the work of some of the colleagues. When we talk about the group session, this is a very limited space because this requires deep discussion about the topic of the day. That's why it has to have maximum 8-9 people plus the moderator. That's why we require prior inscription. And please get in touch in the attendees list to get in touch with Ismael Garcia or with Franco Badiri. And okay, once again, these recommendations, mic off, camera off, although of course you may make your comments by chat and additional suggestions. If you have questions, we're going to keep all the questions in the chat and all the conversation in the chat. We're going to keep it. And please make your questions when the talk is about to finish, because in this case, we can organize them and we can give them to the panelists or to the speaker. Okay, unfortunately, there'll be no translation in the groups. Therefore, those people that only speak English, please remain in the main room where we will have another group with the assistance of the translators. Okay, I already talked about the translation. Look out the interpretation globe so that you are able to have translation when required, and also to tell you that okay, we're going to continue with our second day of the social environmental history. Today we're going to have a wonderful group of speakers, Professor Chola, Sonia Chila, and then we're going to go to our discussion panel that it's going to work to a topic that but we were considering that it's called how social environmental history can help us to understand. No, sorry, no, that was yesterday. Sorry. Okay, how could social environmental history shape contemporary environmental public policy here in Colombia? Yesterday, we were moving forward in that direction, although we focused more on the methodologies and in the conceptual and theoretical aspects. Now we're going to think how that the research that we do can have an influence in this space. We've had an introductory talk with Professor Soria Chila, and now we're going to go to Q&A. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and we're going to have 70 minutes of a panel to then ongoing to 40 minutes discussion groups, and then we're going to have a plenary with the speakers, with the panelists. Then we're going to have a small conversation for the closure of the workshop. Professor Naomi Miller of the Geography Academy of the University of Bristol in the UK, it's going to be the moderator of today of the activity with Professor Sonia Achila today. And then we will have a break to be able to go to our discussion panel that it's going to be moderated by Nicolás Loaiza, who is the director of the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. In this panel, we're going to have speakers by Felipe Franco, and we're also going to have 10-minute interventions by Felipe Franco, Professor Andrés Eter, Olga Lucia Hernandez from the Humboldt, and also Germana Amaya from Corpo, Boyacá. And we're going to have as commenters Professor Sonia Achila, Udonio Urrego, and I will be supporting the moderator, Nicolas. Okay, this is today, therefore we're going to begin. Right now, we have 85 of us connected. Therefore, I'm going to give the floor, but not without mentioning that we're also going to have the company of Juliana Serrano from Amasync. Okay, then what would like to tell you? Yesterday we had a wonderful day. It was a complete success, and therefore everybody's so happy about the things that you are producing. Can you please tell us about today's session? Okay, today we're going to do the same exercise as I was telling you yesterday. I also initiate with a clean canvas. And okay, here we're going to have 3 moments. We're going to have introductory talks, the panel, and today I'm going to be also in the group. As expressed yesterday, these pieces are alive. This is not something that it's static, and all your contributions are welcome. Later on, I'm going to show you how are we going to narrate this first session. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to give my word to Naomi Miller from the Bioresilience.
Thank you, Monica, and good morning or good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you're joining us from. So my name is Naomi Milner. I'm a human geographer at the University of Bristol and one of the researchers leading the Bioresilience project that Dunya Urrego talked about yesterday. And Monica Amador and Felipe Franco, who are organising this conference, are part of that project as well. So our project shares with this workshop one of its central questions, which is how to speak across disciplinary languages, contexts, and methodologies to create shared understandings of socio-environmental history, or the past. And we're focusing on the Andes in particular, of course. And secondly, also that question of how these histories or different approaches to history might inform social and environmental understandings of the present, and policies and practices that relate to these understandings as well. So sharing these questions, it's a real delight to be part of this rich conversation across the disciplines over these 2 days, and to hear from so many brilliant and established experts on this topic. And on this point, it's a real privilege to introduce to you Sonia Achila, who's an archaeologist based in the Department of Anthropology at the Universidad de los Andes in Colombia, whose work many of us will be familiar with. I'm going to introduce Sonia to you in a moment for those of you who have not come across her work before. But first, I'm just going to take a few moments to speak to one aspect of this workshop, which is the question of how socio-environmental history from a variety of perspectives might be relevant to practices and policies aiming towards sustainable socio-ecological futures. And I'm going to reflect on that question through the recent experience who, as you've heard, have been working together to understand the resilience of the Andean forests, in Colombia especially, from perspectives of ecology, paleoecology, and socio-cultural points of view. Now, Dunya already went over the main aspects of our project yesterday, so I won't go over this again right now, but if you missed that, you can also find our blog at the same web link as the information for this workshop, where you can read all about what we've been doing. And a lot of our learning about how to do interdisciplinary work, or how not to do it, has come from seeking step by step, and sometimes through challenge, to communicate from our different disciplinary standpoints, methods, and training. And from this experience and from the exchange we've been able to have, I want to make 2 key points about what I feel I've learned about the importance of historical perspectives and interdisciplinary approaches to history in particular, to socio-ecological futures. So there'll be a bit of repetition from the themes that came up in the dialogue yesterday, that really exciting kind of conversation at the end of the day. And I hope we can keep thinking about these ideas together beyond the workshop itself and all through today. So the first point I want to make is that all disciplinary forms of training cut corners when it comes to telling stories about the past. And this has a significant impact on what gets included in the data we produce. For example, it's been striking to notice in our collaborations the different assumptions made in each of our disciplines. Many of us work from an interdisciplinary point of view, but still we have our training that teaches us to see and sense the world in certain kinds of ways. Ecological approaches to forest resilience, for example, don't always consider how people interact with the trees, or what are the influences and pressures on people's everyday lives when it comes to resource use or conservation. A focus on non-human ecologies exclusively can then eclipse some of the complexities of more than human ecologies, as we call it sometimes in geography. And this has consequences for how we think about our recommendations to policymakers or organizations working in the regions of our investigations. For example, in the Serranía de las Quinchas, a natural park, which is kind of the broad area where one of our field study sites is, it's been important for us to understand that in many cases, communities have not been complying with the conservation rules in play, not because they didn't want to, but because the rules were never really explained to them. Or those that they did understand didn't really take into account their lived realities, including the impact of ongoing activities of illegal armed groups, the historical role of the paramilitary in the area, and the current influence of the petrochemical industry on reforestation practices. If you just focused on the species loss or species resilience within that particular area, you might conclude that local people didn't care about conservation or were the cause of it, rather than seeing broader webs of complexity. And so one of the exciting things about this workshop is that we're exploring interdisciplinary perspectives and how they disrupt the stories we tell about the past, a work which is also important to do in the worlds of policy and practice. And meanwhile, on the same point, within the social sciences, and I'm speaking for myself here, we're sometimes prone to rely on human memory, whether in oral report or in archives, for our data. And this can be strongly influenced by how memory itself is created and recreated, a theme that Sonia has worked on. We might pay attention to what people know about the natural world and how these knowledge infrastructures have been affected by colonialism, by market forces, and so on, but we don't always bring this into dialogue with what nature remembers about the past or what the material record tells us. So it's been very interesting for us between the paleo-ecological component that Dunya leads and our social cultural component to piece together the gaps and connections between the different records we have access to. And I think interdisciplinary scientists like Sonia have a lot to teach us here. Emerging practices in archaeology and anthropology offer really exciting examples of how that dialogue might take place. The second point is from the opposite perspective. The practices and policies through which more sustainable or convivial futures are being imagined often make particular assumptions about time, even if they don't make this explicit. In our project, for example, it's been rich to talk about the concept of ecological baselines, as we heard about yesterday, which hold within them the idea of trying to return to an ecology to how it was in a certain point in the past. But which point? When we look at longer time frames, we see a different picture of multi-species coexistence or resilience, for example. Or when we look at more recent histories through people's memory, we might see that non-native species have become extremely important, parts of the balance of socio-ecological relationships and part of how conservation takes place. That's not to say it's wrong to focus on native species in reforestation or conservation initiatives, but in some of our field sites, and I'm thinking, for example, of Monkentiva in the high Andes, for example, which is a paramo ecology with some high forest. Recent species like pine and cows have become an extremely important part of the more than human relationships in that area, and to an ethos of multi-species care that's been developing across the last 100 years or so. So it's important not to miss that. And while the agenda to protect Indigenous rights and territories is a vital one, it also is important to recognise the struggles of campesinos in the Andean regions to subsist and to construct lively relationships with their non-human environments. So opening up this question of time and how we tell stories about the past and how these different stories might ask different questions of each other is a rich current. And it brings us directly into the terrain of how the picture changes when we focus on different species, when we focus on the human, the non-human, or the more than human. And this is something that really comes across to me in the work of Sonia Achila, who I'm going to introduce to you now. So as I mentioned, Sonia is an established archaeologist in an anthropology department. She was trained in Institute of Archaeology in the University College of London here in the UK. And she's currently senior co-researcher in a number of important groups in Colombia. And a major theme in Sonia's work until now has been the study of human environmental interactions through time, as is evidenced through various forms of material record and archaeological artifacts. And she's also interested in the question of how social memory is constructed in relation to the past, especially in relation to traditional knowledge of natural resource use and archaeological heritage. And more recently, and this is our theme for today, she's been developing what is a very new and exciting line of research around multi-species archaeology, which involves exploring longer histories of human-environment interactions through both human or classically social perspectives, and through understandings of human relations with broader ecologies and non-humans. And that rich interdisciplinary work allows her to question and challenge some of the big analytical categories being used in anthropology and archaeology, like hunter-gatherers and domestication of plants and animals. So the title of Sonia's talk today on this topic is Socio-Environmental History from a Multi-Species Perspective, and it's going to focus on the socio-environmental history of the Checua River Valley, which is located in the municipality of Nemocon in Colombia. So with no further ado, I'm going to pass over to Sonia Achila. Sonia, you have 30 minutes, and then we will have a short time for questions with more time for conversation later on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Naomi, for that such a kind introduction. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like also to thank Monica and Felipe for inviting me to this wonderful workshop. And I'm very happy of being here, and I really appreciate your invitation. And I will keep my talk in Spanish. So let me change the language. I don't know if you are seeing my presentation, are you?
No vemos te estamos viendo a ti, pero puedes compartir pantalla.
Ok.
De pronto
Sí.
te habilitamos
Ya,
compartir pantalla.
Sí, yo
Listo.
creo que ya me habilitaste.
Okay,
Estoy, sí, perfecto.
let me share my screen.
Por favor.
Please let me know.
Perdón.
I might have a background noise. I'm
Sí, te
sorry.
estamos viendo. Quizás
Yes.
si la pones
¿A mí
completa.
otra vez? Sí,
No, te
ya
estamos viendo
está.
tu presentación.
We are seeing your
Ok,
presentation.
está un poco...
Sorry. It was a little bit
¿Ahora?
Perfecto.
stuck here.
Ok,
All right.
espero no tener los mismos
I hope
inconvenientes que Henry ayer. Bueno, buenos días
I
a todos.
won't have the
Todas,
same challenges than Henry had yesterday. Good morning to you all, and thank you very much for having me in this workshop. With no further ado, I would like to stick to the time that has been given. As Naomi mentioned, my talk would be socio-environmental history from a multi-species perspective. This work, as all the others that I've been performing, is part of a research program of Universidad de los Andes that we've been developing in the anthropology department, the social sciences department, and the idea is that the ecology program finds its roots there, and that's how different faculties get together. They are part of these faculties. So the Faculty of Sciences, Engineering, the Department of Geoscience, the Education, the Design, the Department of Art History, and the Department of Anthropology. Also, the Faculty for Education is a broad program where we like to do this interdisciplinary approach, and this is why I want to mention this in particular. In this talk, I would be referring to this following agenda. I will try to be short and sweet. So first of all, we will talk about the archaeology and the biosphere transformation related with the human activities in long-term spectrums of time. Secondly, we will be talking about the history, about the socio-environmental history of the Checua River Valley. We'll be talking about the creation of landscape and surroundings. And then we want to talk about the multi-species perspective of this history. Later on, I would like to make some reflections upon this domestication and hunters-gathering concept. I would like to finish with the protection to the heritage that we have. Before I start, it's very important for me to share with you the people that you see on the screen. Those are part of the research group. We have been working together for about 5 years, and we've been sponsored by the Social Sciences Faculty of Universidad de los Andes, the Banco de la República, the National Institute of Anthropology, and the Flores El Futuro private company. In the list that you see there, it's quite long because it contains what I'm going to share with you is the outcome, the partial outcome of interdisciplinary work that we have done with different researchers coming from different disciplines. The first list, we have the associate researchers to the research programs. Here you can see different people from the slide, from different faculties and departments in the university. Then you have postgraduate students here in Uniandes, also students, undergraduate students, and some students also from Universidad Nacional, because some of the core researchers of these projects come from Universidad de los Andes as well. We also have some people involved that has made a specialized analysis, and I wanted to start from here because I'm just going to focus in particular aspects in one of the main projects that we have at the moment. So I won't be touching about a lot of other works that we are performing in parallel, but I wanted to mention the team that we have behind. So first of all, when we talk about the socio-environmental history from the multi-species perspective, a recent paper, I'm so sorry that I'm having trouble with my slides. So we have published the archaeological assessment reveals Earth early transformations through land use. So basically, these archaeologists led by research for Max Planck Institute in Germany. This group of archaeologists of more than 200, they gathered together and they have created this ArchaeoGlobe research group, and we've created this paper. And I want to start from here because I want not to make a comparison, but make it to give you a little bit of the background of the information that Henry shared with us about the paleoecology. So from the archaeology as a discipline, there's a series of information, recent information that is quite relevant to understand the same aspects of the human impact over the environment and the anthropogenic activity in the last quaternary section. So this biosphere transformation, in accordance to this work that I mentioned here, it's a long-run phenomenon, and it enables us to see, as Kateri was mentioning yesterday, for the historians is one thing, for paleoecologists is something different, and from archaeologists, of course, something different. But at the end of the day, the late Anthropocene is a long run, and the archaeology enables us to understand what we call, in short periods of time, in a global scale, the scale that would enable us to talk about the intensity of the action and the temporality of it. We can think about the transformation over the Earth with the impact of human activities. And this impact, we were analyzing that in this paper and some other researchers that we have done. So earlier, from what literature would state, or maybe what you can see in different areas of social sciences or other science would assume. So we're saying that it started about 10,000, 8,000 years. And since 3,000 years, the transformation was on a global scale. And the archaeological evidence that we can measure and evaluate shows that the ecological conditions of the vast majority of the biosphere was quite impacted by the human activity, earlier from the domestication of plants and animals. And I'm going to touch this point many times because I think it's another milestone, paradigm when we talk about the human impact over the globe. There is a trend that implies that there is like a general trajectory towards a mass intense use of the land and changing the forages for what we call agriculture. So in that sense, at the beginning of what we call, well, for the good or bad, Anthropocene shouldn't be placed only about a few centuries ago, as Henry was mentioning yesterday, because he was showing us where he was saying we should move this date quite a bit. So I think that we need to move backwards and place the start of this earlier. So I think this is very important under this umbrella that we can call the transformation related to human activities. Secondly, I want to tell you a little bit about the socio-environmental history of the Checua Valley River. It is placed in the municipality of Nemocon in the map that you have on the screen. So you can see there the orange point is where the municipality is. You have a picture on the right, and at the bottom, what I'm showing with my mouse, that's the valley of the river. What happens there? How can we start thinking about this? Or how can we tell the history of this valley? So there they had a hunting group that was placed in this territory in 9,500, 5,000 AP. And they interact with the environment, and they were in the region for this period of time, interacting with the landscape for more than 9,000 years, creating different landscapes and vital places. To understand this co-creation of landscape and changes during the time, we have adopted a methodological strategy that implies many things. First of all, we need to understand a regional acknowledgement, systematical regional acknowledgement, and some excavation where we could establish chronological sequences that enable us to clarify different aspects of this socio-environmental history. So to understand this complex interaction between humans, animals, and plants, we made on top of this analysis of archaeobotanical and archaeoecology. I'm so sorry, but I am struggling with my slides. Okay, so the project that I'm talking about is a project that takes place, it started, I'm so sorry, but it just goes quite fast. So Ana Maria Groth and Francisco Romano and myself. And it was something to understand the history, to understand the human occupation in this valley. So the information that I will share with you comes from research that we made afterwards that we call Live Words, Biota and Mineral Resources in the Checua River Valley in Colombia. So in this work, what we could understand were different factors so we can understand the analytical framework that we had. In the Checua River Valley, here you see more detailed maps. We have Nemocon municipality with green color, and you have some other places with this dots. One is called La Salina, Chimisia, Checua, Rasgata, and other that is called, I don't know, how can I fix this? And another one that is called Nemocon 4. There is other one called Susata. Those three squares are part of archaeological heritage declared in accordance to the 040 resolution from 2011. So we are placed in a region where the protection policy of this heritage has determined these areas that must be protected. So this delimitation of these areas was the outcome of Ana Maria's research that was previous the issuance of the resolution. And within those squares, you can see these other black dots, and that correspond to registers on the field after the resolutions about archaeological materials that we found distributed, as you can see on the map. So those three areas that are protected in the map that you can see with yellow and pink is the one that was defined with the first resolution that was defined thanks to Ana Maria Groth's work. So in the High Checua valley. You can see here the Mogo archaeological area and the La Salina archaeological site. So those are located uh, on the Checua River Valley, which is a small river. What you can see in the center is the result uh, of the modification of the limits of the archaeological areas that are protected. It is a map produced by the Colombian Archaeology Institute. And this was thanks to the work as well of Ana Maria, Francisco Roman, and some other researchers performed. So here my comment is only to touch base with that at the end, so you can see where the socio-environmental history and the public policies get together in order to protect the heritage. So you can see how the landscapes are protected at the moment in the Checua River Valley. So in these maps, as you can see with the different periods, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the result of the work that we perform after the archaeological acknowledgement that we did in this valley. So after we did this, you can see the distribution. The black dots will show us the archaeological material that we found with the methodology that I've just mentioned that has been designed specifically for this. So we see the 3 squares that correspond to the different areas, and we can differentiate the different archaeological findings that we have there. So what we were able to do there was to raise a proposal for the whole valley that would give us a grasp of the history. So we have first period, it goes from 9,000 to 5,000. Period number 2 that we call Herrera, it will go 2,000, 1,000. Then we will go to the third period, Muisca, and a period 4 that goes from 350. That will be like the modern period that will go from 250 to 1,950. So that work was the result of our archaeology research. So to understand the distribution of the settlements in this valley is part of this program that I'm mentioning you. So this program of Anthropochecua is trying to understand the process of creation and transformation in the landscape of this valley. And the idea is to focus to understand the interaction of the mineral resources, like salt, and the biota plants and animals. And how is this interaction? How was it in the past? How is it in the present? But not from a perspective that will be just slightly adaptationist or economicist. The idea is to understand this not only from the archaeology perspective, but we are trying to acknowledge the life being's role within the interaction with the things and the material forces that we have, human and non-human. That's why this program is trying to understand this interaction. And in line with this and this concept, we use this habitat perspective that is focused on the existence of an intrinsic links and a continuous development between the organisms in their environment and their relationship that would be the result of this interaction of the organisms within their environment that you cannot separate. So with these general parameters is how we started this, and we start analyzing the data that we found here. In that sense, the environment is not only the framework of human action, but if it is part of the human action, and we want to understand the landscape as a whole, so it is constructed by a significant relationship in non-human and human. And this is how we understand different footprints or characteristics of the landscape could have influenced what happened in this valley, because this is what we look for as archaeologists, these footprints. And that's how we can read in the environment. So the creation and transformation of the landscape in the valley is the result of this interaction process, as we can deduct from the concepts. So it is a constant interaction and negotiation between the different actors that we have in this life as such in this place. So the third topic that I want to mention, this is broadly speaking about the socio-environmental history. We've seen different periods and how the human occupation has been changing from one period to the other, how this coexistence of human and non-human has been changing, right? So the next topic, we're going to talk about the creation of the landscape and the surroundings. So what you can see here on the top of the map, you can see that you just find dots in this and this other square. So we're talking about the period number 1, which is the oldest. It's in this period where you can see this occupation. Like we can see that is quite occupied with stems. In other of the sectors of the valley that is at the bottom, as you can see here, around the municipality of Nemocon, you can see the distribution of the material. We also see it in the square in the middle. But I won't talk about this one, but I'm going to compare the two environments that were created at the top and at the bottom. So this settlement during the colonial period was quite dispersed, scarce. Nevertheless, we have studied into greater detail where we can see specific characteristics of this and enables us to understand this history from another perspective. I'm so sorry, this is flickering. One is the one that you can see here with the orange arrow at the top. This is located in the valley, and the other side, it's close to the Salina, which, as I mentioned before, is close to the municipality of Nemocon. So what we have done after we saw the material, we defined these environments for the northeast and southwest. So the first one was occupied during the whole periods. This human recurrence might be the result of the availability of resources, raw materials, as we can understand this from a most traditional perspective. So, for example, you see there the fauna resources or ceramics. The occupation would involve the establishment of a group of households. There are some areas that were covered by forests that during these periods gave resources that were used by the people, as we can see with the archaeological material that we have found. Deforestation in this area in historic documents during colony, it's a common finding. There is an extended network in an homogeneous way of hydric sources that we didn't find in some other places. And this gives us an idea of why the recurrence of remaining in the same environment. There is we could think that that was composed of so different forests with different resources. We had maybe deers that were hunted, and it is also correlated with other places that were far away from the mountains and correspond to other areas where we have other archaeological sites. There is a relationship that is quite close with the communities that were present in this period. So, what are the other reasons for this recurrence? So, we could see that there were some roads around the valley where you found places that were used for rituals or that were used to limit the territory. For example, you find some rocks that were painted, or some rocks organizations that weren't part of the mountains, and you can see that they were limiting areas for different uses. So you can see that here is quite dry, the landscape, and there are some rock formations here that were researched since the 70s from Gonzalo Correal and Catalina Zorro, as well as understanding and researching what happened here. So what are we analyzing as a gap here, or what cannot we understand here? So first of all, we cannot understand what was the relation between the human groups between the period 1 and period 2. So there is a gap there. We cannot understand. We haven't found a site that will have archaeological materials that would enable to understand that relationship. But we don't know either the relationship of the groups between period 2 and 3. Nevertheless, we know, and with different historical sources that Ana Maria Grot have studied a lot, that the human groups during the Muisca period, they settle in the same places from period 2. And that was quite interesting, but we don't have the dates, and unfortunately, we don't have archaeological evidence to understand the link between periods 2 and 3. Raul Torres is making his research on that at the moment. So in these historical sources, the early colonial period shows that there was a relationship between the Muiscas populations and the landscape. And that long history of co-creation that they were having just broke because of the imposition of the economical system during the colony, the political and ideological system. So Santiago Muñoz was showing that as well yesterday when he was showing us the map yesterday, how did it happen? And the resources of the biota and the mineral resources that I mentioned before have been continuously exploded since the early Holocene. In the northeast, the degradation of the soil is quite evident, and the wood exploitation to produce ceramic and to produce salt contributed to this phenomenon. Nowadays, in this place of the valley, there is a main economic activity, which is the making of bricks, handmade bricks. And what you need as raw material will be sand, so you can produce this ceramic and those bricks. Archaeological sites that are archaeological findings see that in recent times there was a semi-industrial production using all these clay and all these resources. So the landscape has been used for long periods where these traditions have persisted over the millenniums, and we can see very complicated aspects as well when we talk about the building of houses, of schools, churches around this bricks fabrication. So If we talk about the northeast area, that would be the case. But if we talk about the southeast, that is the Salina, that's called the Salina. This place, this area of the valley was occupied mainly during the Herrera Muisca, not during the first period. At the moment we are studying this settlement, and Catalina Grota has studied this as well during the Muisca period and the early colonial site. So in the spot, it is about 7-8 kilometers apart from the other, is linked because the raw material for the salt production, maybe they were all collected on the north. So the production of during the Herrera product seems not to be only for domestic use, given the low populations that they had and the depth of the deposits that they needed to get the clay. During the Muisca and the colonial, there is the Chimisia site that was occupied broadly up till 18th century, when it started to be occupied by the Muisca descendants. During the colonial period, the human occupation in Salina obeyed the dynamic imposed by the colonies. So at the end of the 19th and 20th century, they continue producing salt with the same techniques from pre-Hispanic time. You have 5 minutes. Here we can see the archaeological site of the Salina that we're working on, and how the people produce salt. And when we want to talk about the multi-species perspective, what we have here, you can see here the hill, the excavation that we performed in 2017, and this is one from 1991. This is the topographic map of the site, and the little squares that you see there are the drawings that have been done. We have here some pictures of the stratigraphic findings of the place. So it has been occupied for 4,500 years, and it is very important because it has been used as well as buried lands. We can see that we found 33 buried lands in this area as well. And that's where we had this period. This site has been occupied during this period that you can see on the top. This is the distribution during these dates, and this is the distribution in accordance to the probability that we can see in this graph that was worked by Catalina Gonzalez to see how were the stages of the occupation of this hill. So we made different excavations. So the first moment, you can see it here, maybe in the 7,000, they had different kind of berries, and you can see it here in the picture how they were different. They'll have, for example, rocks around them to construct the tombs. So here is where I want to show you to ask a little bit this domestication concept and the category of hunter-gatherers. So that has been always considered as an adaptation of the subsistence that could be prior, antique. But in reality, the debate is this adaptation of something that is quite more varied. There is a lot of debate about the definition of the hunter-gatherer category, but I want to highlight here that there are a lot of phenomena quite diverse that have been not taken into account because we are always have a dichotomic vision that oblige us to place ourselves in one corner or the other. So when we can see that this is not the case of the Checua Valley River. So when we talk about the domestication concept, from the multi-species archaeology considers other logics to understand this period that is not the traditional perspective of domestication. On the contrary, is trying to understand interaction between humans and the environment, plants, animals, and minerals through the acknowledgement of the role of the human beings, of non-humans, and its role in this interaction. This means that the domestication of plants and animals has been taken from anthropology and archaeology as one of the transformation in the humanity, the history of humanity. And it has helped with many different models and also to change the anthropocentric perspective. How do we look at ourselves respect to the other beings that are around us or were around us? And from a less orthodox perspective, we can consider the domestication of plants and animals as a process that is within the relations and networks and not something that has just two ends, dichotomic, but something that is a relation and network. In that sense, you have 1 minute. Here, what you can see here is the outcome of some lithics artifacts, as what we can see here, that will let us know what happened since the beginning of the occupation of this hill. We can see some other devices here. And what I'm going to show you here is the interaction with the animals. The deer and the kuri are quite important as a source for food, but also for some other things. And in these pictures of this buried, you can see, in particular, you see there was a relationship from the multi-species perspective. So those were three individuals. It has two characteristics that are quite important. So you can see this kuri that was complete as a ritual, so associated to this buried. So there was a relationship between these humans and animals. It is not an economical relationship. It goes farther. It transcends. The animal is incorporated in this ritual that they have and in the meaning of this ritual as such. Here there is a child with another kuri, and I want to show you this one. That is an individual that has in between his legs this shell. When you turn it over, as a recipient. So it is a complex tomb, is within his legs, and once again, he has an animal that it's being incorporated into a ritual in this Chequa site as the data shows. And I want to go back here just to touch base over what I said before about the socio-environmental history and the protection of the heritage. This is long. We cannot reduce this solely to 1 century or to a period in history or registers or the documents. But I have to go 9,000 years behind, and I need to understand the perspective because I cannot talk about the hunter-gatherers or the plants domesticated versus different other factors, because everything were being used since 9,000 years ago. It was part of the daily life of the human settlements there. That is quite complex to understand, but it is related with the legislation of archaeological protection and cultural protection, because that's what we want to protect. Where we find any archaeological materials, we need to protect that. And as yesterday, Professor Azartuna was saying, we need to protect San Agustin, for example. So what we have then is a legislation that protects us, but it's also a legislation that is constrained by the peculiarities that has to do with the economic development and the regional development of different municipalities. So, for example, they're going to place electric towers just right here, the most significant archaeological site, and likewise some other infrastructure projects. And in despite that we have a legislation that is protecting us and our work as archaeologists, we have been working with them to protect this precisely and to be able to produce what we want to do. So there are some moments in time where that relationship becomes quite complex because the contemporary world works in a quite different way, and there are a lot of interest from different actors with the different policies, and they will be overlapping each other. So, in my opinion, I think that it is very good to have a conversation like the one that we're having right now. I'm so sorry I exceed my time. Thank you very much for your talk, and it invites us to reflect upon the creation of landscape through the relationship with the species. I appreciate a lot your work and of the connection of the human beings and the different forces, and how to understand the analytic categories of the disciplines. So thank you very much for sharing with us your work. And we have 15 minutes for questions.
Voy a leer ahora cuatro preguntas para usted.
I have four questions for you. And therefore, if you can please write them down or something, I'm going to read them. And then I'm going to give the floor for you to answer. Okay, number one, we have a question from Carmen Montes. A question from Carmen Montes that says, good morning, and what socio-environmental criteria did you use to separate the period, the period between the Muisca period and the other periods? And the second question is from Jordi Worley. What human populations were documented in the past and which ones are in the present? And how do we relate the memory of the current population with archaeological records? And number three, it's a question from Andres. Are there changes in the types of fuel for the ceramic furnaces? And do we use coal nowadays, and since when? And number four, and we have evidence, paleogenetic evidence about the relationship between the pre-ceramic individuals that were recovered in the Checua Valley. There are other questions, but we're just going to answer these four, and we're going to see if there's time for more questions. Okay, thank you so much for the people that asked those questions. Okay, about the first one, about what are the environmental markers that we use to be able to define the period 2 and 3. Is it 2 and 3? Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Okay, then. Okay, in reality, there is something that we need to consider in the valley of the Checua River. We did that small valley because it's not a very big valley. Our systematic regional recognition only included 68 square kilometers. Therefore, it's defined as Hypondian, and in this sense, it's a unit. It's a very particular ecological unit, of this valleys, and therefore we can say that there are some environmental characteristics that, at least according to the information that I have, it has not they have not changed during the Homocene, but they have prevailed during that period. And this is something very important that we need to take into account. And the second thing is that in the valley, the paleoecological work that we have done and that has been designed by my colleague Catalina Gonzalez from the University of Los Andes. She has done a work that has restricted to the archaeological center of Checua, because in the valley there are not adequate bodies to be able to have but that there's a possible museum to be able to do a paleoecological reconstruction. We don't have this, and I think that the most close it's the Corcovado, and that in another work with Catalina we were able to see if we can do it in it, and that we know that there are several centers, and therefore we don't have like the possibility of doing that correlation about therefore we are using an archaeological marker in this sense. Therefore, taking into account the group of archaeological materials decks, and according to the second questions about human populations and their relationship with the current okay, and about the populations, we can say that this is, I can say, this starts in the 9,000 and it keeps up happening. Therefore, we can say that what we have now in Nemocon, in the rural area and in the urban area, but more or less in the urban area, they are populations that have been focused there since the colonial period and since the early colonial period. They are the descendants of indigenous populations that, as Santa Maria will said, they have been relocated, trying because they are from the same population, and they are descendants of those indigenous groups. And therefore, we also have farmers that were able to include this. And therefore, this is a population that is rather complex, especially in the rural areas, because it's a municipality that has a lot of migration from other parts of Colombia that go to work there in the farming, in the flowers farm, agro farming that it currently exists. Therefore, there is a several type of populations, and they have also talked about the idea of people that were seen according to the archaeological sites of the past. Therefore, there is a small rural population that we can say that it's from there, and that it has a temporality of at least 2 or 3 generations or more in the municipality, and that they have some specific characteristics that acknowledge part of this, and also because of the work of Ana Maria and migration, there is another population that also live in the rural areas, and it's also part of what we have considered between the new planning part of the archaeological protected art of the municipality. And we work this because as well in other parts of Colombia there is a distance uh, between the archaeological patrimony and the knowledge that those population has. About the question of Andres is asking if there is a difference between the fuel that it's used in the furnace, and if they use charcoal. I don't know if you're talking about when we talk about making bricks. I can't tell you about the pre-Hispanic area, but the current, yes. In the furnaces for the development of uh, of bricks, they use charcoal in all that mining area that goes until Sopapaus, etc. And then And then for the pre-Hispanic period, for the Muisca Herrera and for the colonial area, we did this because in the hunter and collector period they didn't use the technology. They only used vegetable, they only used charcoal, but I can't tell you why, because we're in the process of the archaeobotanical analysis of the type of fuels that we used. But I think that according that the about Sultan Marchan, they were probably using vegetation that that was coming from this Andean forest. But I will tell you, but when and the other question about if we have in paleogenetic information that would allow us to correlate the populations of hunters and gatherers with other periods, or to do this correlation with time, and and that we continue with an analysis so that we can produce the information. Dr. David Brandt from Harvard, with one of their collaborators, of several of their collaborators, and with an archaeologist that is called Miguel, designed the project, the paleogenetic, to be able to compare in a relatively big number of individuals from the pre-ceramics and to be able to do genome and DNA. And okay, everything was sampled, and we will soon have the information. And also, I was lucky that when Miguel and Dr. Reiki, and I apologize because I forgot her surname, that now they invited us to participate in the project. We had individuals from that were from the era period, and it's already being processed, but it's still not ready. Therefore, we're going to have this, and it's going to be very concerning, because this is a big project about the human genome that it's led by David Wright in Harvard, and there is a very big sample in this area of them. But specifically for that it's there, and we still have a lot of work that it's been done. Therefore, we're going to have information soon. I think I answered the 4 questions, right? Yes. Okay, I'm going to share 3 more questions, and then we're going to have to conclude the session. And therefore, I am going to say from Sandra Lorena Diaz Angarita, says, excellent presentation. My question is how to include within this type of analysis the agency of things, or the material forces. It's a big question, but highly relevant. And Laura Velasquez, it's that the environmental preservation policies right now have a focus of ecosystemic services. What would be the contribution of the multi-species model in the formulation of policies that take into account the complexity of the relationships between human beings and no humans in the past and in the present? And finally, a question from Daniel Carasona: do you consider the social theories of the relationships between species from the ecological perspective, or what would be the conceptual framework from which we studied these relationships from archaeology? Okay, I'm going to try to answer to see if I was able to grasp the question. Well, Sandra is asking me about how to include the agency of things and the material forces from this analytical perspective. But okay, Sandra, I think that the perspective of the multi-species architecture, it would allow this inclusion, this idea of the category of agency, or the concept. I don't know how acquainted you are with the literature about materialities and new materialities in anthropology and archaeology. There's a series of contemporary social theories that have started to consider other materialities that before were considered as the package to which we couldn't allot this that we define as an agency. I think that the multi-species perspective, what it does in archaeology, one of its big contributions from, according from my experience, it's that it opens the spectrum to the way that prior it's the prior conception, it's not limiting, but that it's there and it allows you to think and uh, and how everything works in some specific moments and under specific circumstances. Now in archaeology we also needed to take into consider that the concepts that we study because of their nature are more plausible to allow. Sometimes we can ask further questions to the archaeological record or not. In the case of the archaeological site of Chekwa, I've had the advantage, and I think that, as we've mentioned in some occasions with my colleagues, that this has that it has a very good preservation of organic of and this is something that has allowed that all the burials as an archaeological concept become an an an, a never-ending source of information about agencies. One of the works that we did, it's about the burial practices of Chekwa, and she has been able to elucidate at a level of detail that I think in Colombia hasn't happened because of the nature of the place and of the technique. And that they were able to get some they were able to leave some details where you may think what it's the agency, how the agency changes in the in the death rituals. Therefore, I think that the multi-special species opens an interpretation. It suggests you to move away from dichotomies. If I use the dichotomy of domestic, not domestic, of wild or of hunter gatherer, and if I put the kuri as food and not as the burial, there are things that can be indicative of this about the preservation policies that they have and that they are focused through that they're focused in. I don't know what about the ecosystemic and how do we talk about the multi-species perspective. Therefore, I think that here there are so many things about which we can discuss because I think that many of the models that many of the ecosystemic models are maybe I don't know. I talk about from my ignorance because I'm not an ecologist, but I do think that these are models that are rather limited in some cases, in especially when we talk about the possibilities about the outreach, and therefore they are enclosed in only one type of interactions of relationships. Therefore, I think that there are dialogues to establish, and I think that this is very important, that this is where the people that work in the design of public policies and the people that work in the implementation of public policies, they should do some very important models, because there are some service models that are rather limited in one sense, or they're limited themselves there for some specific things, and there is no possibility for other aspect, which is what we sometimes about the last question, whether we consider the social aspect of multi-species for generation. that was it, like but the generation of the same policies. I think that this question is very good for the following panel and for the next part of the conversation. I don't know what you think, Germán and Nicolás, but I do think that that if the vision, that perspectives as this one's about being able to see more than one evolutive chains or some rigid process with hunters and gatherers, but to see the relationships when the hunters and gatherers never stop hunters and gatherers, and maybe the farmers are included in a series of relationships and combined in a contemporary way, like what happens in Checua or what happened in the Bogota savannas. And therefore the hunters and gatherers used this as a matter of fact that are usually appointed to farming societies, because we use those evolutionary models to say that some people do some things and others not. And the reality shows that there are so many ways to live together, to co-create and to co-create landscapes. Therefore, I think that here it is very important, and I would think that in those policies we should add these other senses, because sometimes in practice we need to set things in motion, because the realities are not the models that are proposed by the trends. This is what I think. Okay, thank you so much, Sonia. And okay, sadly, we will have to conclude this dialogue to be able to go to the next part of the workshop. And therefore, I would just need to thank Sonia for such a very stimulating, interesting talk and relevant talk to the topics of the workshop. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody. Thank all the participants for the questions and for such an important and enriching dialogue. Thank you so much. And now I'm gonna give the floor to Monica to explain the next part. Okay, thank you, Sonia and Naomi. What an extremely interesting talk that stabilizes the evolutionaries, the theories that we assume. Therefore, now, very briefly, I'm going to tell you about the methodology that follows. And in our schedule, we have a small break right now, a 10-minute break right now, so that you can drink some coffee or that you can stretch your legs. And then after the pause, we have today's panel where we're going to continue this talk with Sonia. We're going to keep on talking with Sonia. We compiled a lot of questions, most of the questions that were in the chat, but the conversation doesn't end. And therefore, Sergio will continue. Sonia is going to be with us in the panel. And then we have a work group space that it's so relevant. These are our guests today, and how environmental history could inform contemporary public policy regarding environmental issues. We're going to have Andres Cepeda, Lucia Hernandez, Germán Armanja from Corpo Boyacá, Felipe Franco by Resilience, where we're going to talk about, and it's going to be moderated by Nicolás Loaiza. Sonia will be with us as a commenter. And I would also like to tell you that after the panel, we'll initiate group work. The moderators that are going to be here with us are Felipe Riaño, Daniel Tarazona, Susana Velázquez, and Catherine Mora. And therefore, we're going to go to a break to keep on with our work today. Thank you so much, Sonia. This has been an extremely interesting presentation, and I think this will give us some material to be able to land that discussion in the hours that come. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hola, buenos días en Colombia y en las Américas y buenas tardes en Europa.
Good
Estamos de vuelta.
morning to you all, and good afternoon in Europe. We are back in our socio-environmental histories and interdisciplinary perspective workshop. We'll give a couple of minutes while everybody comes back.
Mónica, acá estoy. ¿Aló? Mónica, ¿me oyes?
Hola Sonia,
¿Sí
sí
me
te
oyes?
escucho
Hola.
claramente. Sí.
Ay, sí, perdóname, quito de la estufa un agua. Está hirviendo.
Sí, yo también quiero café.
Ay, algo, yo necesito algo porque no he podido tomar nada. ¿Nos están oyendo todos?
Todos nos están oyendo.
Bueno, espero que hayan tomado café. Que ayer estuvo súper nutrido el panel, Moni.
Bueno, hoy somos 90 y todavía no se conecta el resto. Entonces está fantástico, de verdad estamos muy complacidos. La gente hemos tenido una recepción muy positiva en Colombia
Increíble,
y
nena,
en otros
increíble.
países, en Europa. De verdad estamos muy complacidos y nos damos cuenta de la importancia que el tema de la historia ambiental, pero concebida desde una perspectiva interdisciplinar, tiene. Y sobre los diálogos de saberes, de conocimientos, de la perspectiva multiespecie, de la perspectiva de humanos y no humanos, de la importancia de estos marcos teóricos, ¿no? Así que estamos muy, muy contentos. Bueno, vamos a dar inicio
Listo, démosle.
a nuestro panel del día de hoy. Es el segundo
Okay, so we'll start the panel that it's called How the Socio-Elementary History Could Inform the Public Policy for the Environment in Colombia for the Contemporary Time. So during this past 2 years that has been quite interesting. We have found this, right? Once we've done the integration analysis, how can we translate this into the ones that issue the public policy? How can we transcend our researchers' projects from the library into the public space? How can they start participating in the discussion, in policies about restoration, protection for the environment in Colombia? Today we have Nicolás Loaiza as the moderator. I would like to introduce him because we have the honor to have him as part of the staff in this workshop, and we want to thank him for all his support to communicate and to make a little bit of the marketing of this workshop. Nicolás is an archaeologist from University of Antioquia, has a master's degree of the University of Stanford in the United States. He has been a professor in Colombia. He has worked in different public and private institutions in the country, and he has collaborated in national and international projects. He is the co-author of different magazines like Quaternary International, Quaternary Science Review, and very nice archaeology and anthropology, and he has published a book in the Oxford University and different chapters for the book. His investigations about the growth of different plants in Colombia and South America. Welcome, Nicolás. And 1 second, I forgot something very important. I want to ask Juliana Serrano before Nicolás, you start. How are we doing? Can you share with us your work? Of course, I'll be happy to do so. I'm so sorry, I would start sharing my screen. You should see the piece on screen from the first half of the session. Could you please leave it there for a few minutes, Juliana, Of course, that was my pleasure. It's amazing. It's beautiful, Juliana. Great, great job. I'm so sorry. I'm not that accurate with some thesis. Uh, but no, yesterday you did a great job. Don't you worry. I
Buenísimo.
Ok, súper linda.
Bueno,
Muchas
very
gracias.
nice, nice job. Well done.
Muchas gracias, Juliana. Fantástico. Entonces le doy la palabra a Nicolás.
Fantastic. So, Nicolas, please. Good morning in Colombia and the Americas, and good afternoon in Europe. Thank you very much for having me, Monica and Felipe in particular, with whom we have kept in contact for the past few months from the Institute and to pages as well. We think that it's a great initiative, and thinking in the topics that we will discuss, there is a book of A.P. Huckley that is called The Go-Between that has been translated as The Intermediary in Spanish, that says the past is a different country, and there you find things in a different way. We need to think that a little bit, how the past shapes the present. And I've thought about Helen Leach in an article in Current Anthropology. Leach, I was talking about the human domestication being reconsidered, and it's the idea of how this nicho construction has affected the process that we have had during our history. How has that impacted us and the environment? That is something that Sonia was talking about. Many we don't have that much clarity of how was that interaction and how those other biotic aspects influence and impact everything. So the idea with this panel is try to see how the socio-environmental history can transform these public policies. I think that it does impact this, but I don't know how effective is that. We have a very good and interesting group of speakers. So we'll hear from Felipe Franco, that was contracted with Monica Amador, which are the hosts for this event. Dr. Monica, she's an anthropologist from Universidad Nacional, and she made her doctoral degree in, sorry, I lost. She has a doctoral degree. I don't know where. I cannot recall it. Dr. Felipe, he's a forestry engineer. He made his doctoral studies in Mexico. They are part of the bioresilience project. They will be the first couple of speakers, and then we'll hear from Andres Eter. He's a professor from Universidad Javeriana. He works in ecosystem transformation by human activities. He was going to be part of yesterday's panel, but we think that his input is quite important to the development of this workshop. So we'll have him today. Later, we're going to hear from Olga Hernandez. She works in the Alexander von Humboldt Institute, and at the moment, she is the leader of the research line in urbanistic landscape from the Institute. She has led some socio-environmental teams, and I think that her input will be quite precious as well. And we're going to have the Corpo Boyacá director. He's Germán Amaya, that from the institutions, he can share his perspective because we're talking about an autonomous corporation from the region. With any further ado, I will pass to Felipe, so they will start with their presentation.
Muchas gracias, Nicolás.
Thank you, Nicolás. I hope you can see my screen. We would like to ask the panelists to turn on your cameras. I want to thank beforehand the opportunity to present this initiative. Also, I want to thank Nicolas for his introduction, and I want to give a warm greeting for the other speakers that we will have. Today, we have this presentation with Monica about a research experience that we've been developing within the Bioresilience project that is aiming to reach this interdisciplinarity as the way to reconstruct the socio-environmental history in a specific place of the Andes in Colombia. So this presentation would be a sort of methodological presentation that we want to share with you. Our research starts from the idea to make a paleoecological reconstruction, but also archaeological and historical reconstruction of the triangle placed in the municipality of Guatavita. That is it's close to Bogota for the ones that are not related to the place. So we found something quite interesting in this place, where the human activities in different historical and prehistorical times show a resonance with the biophysical changes, which are like the ones that I normally study, that would go in line with the registers that we found from the paleoecology. Next slide, please.
También desde la información arqueológica e histórica.
Also from the archaeological and historical information, we found the geographical area for our research, and we realized that it wasn't limited by any kind of administrative limits, but it was a construction, like an intellectual construction in which human activities and the environment will get together. So trying to redefine a broader space, we call this as the triangle Guatavita Huasca-Gacheta. And this is how, with the interdisciplinary dialogue that we have with Naomi and Monica, this is an exercise between the sociocultural and paleoecology component of this project. So we start defining this common ground for all of us. This is how we could have an analytical framework that is not part of a specific discipline, is not paleoecology or social sciences, but is something that has been constructed or built together. With this triangle, once we have defined it, we found different common grounds, not only in terms of space, but also in terms of human agencies, as it has been mentioned before. So this site for our study is based on this triangle. So we have different ecological niches for the Andean vegetation, but we also know that this is a strategic location because it's been considered, given its geographical position, as a place where we have different lowland species towards the highlands of migration, and a strategic place for migration from the Orinoquia region towards the west. So we have the presence of both ecosystems constantly. Given these patterns, biogeographical, that we can find in this place, we found here a sort of similarities with processes of human settlements, or the distribution of the settlements, that they follow these patterns as they have been registered in different archaeological studies. We have a relevant reference from Carl Lagenberg studies. He has defined this migration patterns of pre-Hispanic populations that integrate themselves with the migration of the vegetation. So not only understanding these patterns, but also going into a broader scale. What we have said in this interaction, to understand these social environmental practices, we need to understand them on the long run. So we need to define a temporary scale. So we have defined that for the last 4,000 years because we want to understand the social environmental practices during the Herrera period that are part of this period, but also during the Muisca period. That's why we are interested in this period of time. And on top of that, we found some convergencies for the paleoecological studies and the archaeological studies that Monica is working on. Next slide, please. In this case as well, we've realized that it was important to know that the social environmental story must be an interdisciplinary study. So we need to understand what is that. So in our research in the literature that is available, we found that we want to achieve this integration of different disciplines, in this case, paleoecology, archaeology, and history, like in an ensemble that would enable us to transcend farther from the methodologies for each discipline and have, as a whole, the same research question. So it's to be able to transcend from each discipline. That would generate at the end what we call the interdisciplinary space. There are some other analytical methods, multidisciplinarity, which we might be more familiar with. It's where you hear from different disciplines, but there isn't an overlapping or you don't share any methodology there. So, for example, when I used to work in Mexico, usually what we will do would be, I am a paleoecologist myself, and we will work with the geophysics department and a little bit with anthropology department, but it was multidisciplinary because there wasn't like a deep interaction between the disciplines. We wouldn't like to understand the occupation processes, but there was a lack of communication, but we couldn't assemble this together, like having the sole methodology. So each one will have the disciplines, and that will be all. And finally, we have the transdisciplinary that presents completely, and here it takes into account how could you integrate ancestral knowledge, tradition, cosmologies, life experiences, and that is something that is more complete, it's ontologic, and it is not where we are standing right now, but we're thinking about everything. But we understand that with the inclusion of these new methodological forms, at some point in time will help us to face what we call the environmental crisis. For this workshop, we will stick to interdisciplinarity. So, in this journey between biophysical and social sciences, we have identified different relevant processes. So we have identified that it's been important to have this interdisciplinarity. We need to be willing to learn from one another disciplines. This is how we start having different sessions. Dunia and Naomi were part of those at some point, and one of the other ways was through finding compatible philosophies and methodologies. So, for example, with Monica's visit to the geography laboratories so she could understand how could we process the sediment samples, how do we make the pollen analysis, how do we make the charcoal analysis to reconstruct the fires or the vegetation. So how all these methods would work and how do we understand our world from our discipline. That was something that helped Monica a lot. How do we think from the paleoecological sciences? From my side, I did it through the literature available, which was to read. And I want to thank Monica for being so generous to explain me different concepts that I wasn't quite related to because I'm an engineer and I have worked a lot in the biophysics field. But she was very generous explaining me how the new contemporary social theories work, which is a complete different field in the social sciences that we need to start getting involved, all the ones that are involved in the biophysics. All the concepts related with the multi-species theory that Sonia has just mentioned. There's a beautiful book that I have just started about fungi. So, among some other contemporary social theories, from Latour, for example, among others. Monica has helped me like going deeper into this, and I really appreciate this from my field. Also, we have had continuous communication, having continuous discussions of different papers and joint learnings. We have had workshops in different events. And as I mentioned here, like to be the willingness and being quite curious to learn from one another. That is the main motivation that we have to have this interdisciplinary process. So this is more or less how we have navigated both worlds at the same time. So for example, these are pictures that Monica took in the laboratory. We have discussed historic maps, other archaeological information, among some other topics. So this interdisciplinary work has enabled us to have an analytical and methodological approach. So as I mentioned before, we started the assignment of joint readings with topics related to the reconstruction of the socio-environmental history. So we had archaeology, interdisciplinarity as well, social sciences, paleoecology, and some other documents with the Anthropocene period. So this kind of reading would enable to understand the epistemology and the methods from the other disciplines. So at the end, we can construct together a methodological and your framework. So we can apply this to this triangle that we have defined before. On stage 4, which is where we're standing at the moment, we have defined the common object study, and we are gathering all of our comments, data, and our thoughts. We're putting on the table, and we are having this collective interpretation from the different registers that we found, from the archives, for example, from the ecology, the oral tradition as well, and some other sources. And finally, what we want to achieve on stage 5 is to have an interdisciplinary reconstruction of the socio-environmental history of this triangle that is the common object of study. So this has enabled us to define an analytical experimental framework that is based, first of all, and we have discussed this, I think, yesterday, that's finding this convergences in the different skills that we have, spatial, theoretical, conceptual, but also how can we define what would be the analytical method that we should use. And we decided to use the inductive heuristics. So it starts from the observation from each discipline, and then you can reach out conclusions. You can reconstruct, socio-environmental histories from this triangle, the high forest that we are working with. It has been important in the definition of this, the discussions that we have had with the agency, and is precisely to understand the relationship of human and non-human, not only the registers that we have, but also in the registers that Monica has. And we also suggest to analyze the resonances between the different data, but we need to mention that there are not always common grounds. We sometimes found dissonance, and sometimes we tend to highlight these differences that we find, right? And to conclude, this framework, conceptual and theoretical, would help us to get closer to understand the socio-environmental history in Colombia, and could tackle different problems that we have at the moment in our country and around the world, actually. That goes from the delimitation of strategic ecosystem. It could work for some ecological restoration program. Also, as we have been studying a lot of sediments, this socio-environmental history would help us to understand or suggest strategies for the conservation of wetlands or aquatic ecosystems. And also, it is important for the understanding of community forestry and forest monitoring programs. That will be all from my side. I want to thank you all for having me. Thank you.
Say that we have 10 minutes, but I forgot to say, I know, although Felipe. Okay, please don't forget that we only have 10 minutes. Okay, well, first of all, Monica, Felipe, and everybody, thank you so much for inviting me to this event. And okay, good morning, good afternoon to everybody for the presentation. Olga Lucia, it's a pleasure to have you here. Felipe and Monica, thank you. Okay, first of all, very briefly, I'm going to try to make a very brief presentation about how we can influence the policies through the environmental stories or landscape transformation. My idea is to work on the transformation of ecosystems during a time I have had a national growth perspective to try to understand this. All of this has to be framed in regarding the interest that we've had when we wanted to work and want to impact the society and how we work in the territory. And in this way, a very important component is how do we make knowledge accessible? How do we generate communication bridges between what we do and the people that are taking decisions and that finally have an impact in the territory itself, both from the decision makers as well as many times at the local level with the people that end up doing the actions are local people. That's why I'm going to share my screen. And I can see that I have no possibility of sharing the screen. Can you allow me to share the screen, please? Okay, then.
¿Están viendo la pantalla?
Okay, can you see my screen now?
No sé si a veces el internet aquí es un poco inestable.
I don't know if, okay, we can see it. Okay, can you see it? Okay, then. Here, very briefly, we have very general terms. I'm going to show you some ideas about what Colombia could have been with some ideas and what we have with regards after a human transformation history. Here we're seeing in grand part how we're having an impact, and the fact that it's in blank, it doesn't mean that there are multiple colors in here, but and therefore I need to understand how this happened, and how it's important to understand that the things that we have and that has allowed us to work in the future. Okay, therefore, the historical analysis of this and the relevance for the management of the territory, I'm basically going to talk about three things. One, it's the environmental history in the study of ecosystems, the importance of this, and some ideas to be able to obtain an impact in the policies of the management of the territory.
Que tengo que estar escuchando aquí Entonces, obviamente, pues la historia ambiental es un poco un recorrer.
Okay, that's why this is the anthropogenesis of the. And in this sense, this are the reference units for this analysis of environmental changes. And this is what allows us to be able to analyze, and they mentioned the cost and social benefits that lead to this manifestation of the ecosystems throughout the history. So it's very important to understand that transformation of ecosystem. It's a very dynamic thing. So we sometimes understand that it's the progression in terms of the expansion of an occupational theory, but we do know that historically it happens a double way in terms of the retraction of how we do with the generation in this, and this is that allow us to have the things that we can observe to different occupation periods. And although to go into analyze all this, we can say that the framework that we have been using is the topic of the ecology on the landscape, that has a very big interest in the sense that tries to understand the human being. And this is something that was very new, that it's an integrated part. It's one more single factor of the ecological concert. And where in theory we are used to analyze all these factors that are interacting in this ecosystem, and where we have the climate, the vegetation, but it's very important, especially when we see and the ecology of the landscape, what it says, okay, let's don't focus on all these components, but let's focus on what happens from there, which is basically the landscape. Therefore, in this sense, what we have observed is that this requires interdisciplinary work, and maybe, of course, maybe transdisciplinary, so that we can understand the landscape parallelly. Okay, along to this. Okay, in this sense, another very important factor is to understand that, of course, okay, there's demand generates something that interacts with this biophysical system, as we can see the ecological system through the construction of a human niche. that would allow us to see what's the transformation of these ecosystems. But finally, this is a little bit the references of what an ecological system is. And here I want to say an X over ecological systems. And that's why it's a biophysical element. And therefore, what does this lead us for these factors? And that's why we talk about, and that's why we're not talking about anthropogenic languages, where all the ecosystems are constructions, anthropogenic constructions. And here we can see that as many of you know, that this is the concept of the anthromes that I prefer talking about anthropobiomes in the sense of not making the dichotomy between human and nature, and where we have from left to right in the screen, and going from the conditions that have the higher intensity to the intensity of human activity. And therefore, a very important thing that would allow us to this ecology of the landscape, it's that nothing can be understood as natural or non-natural. But that dichotomy led us to think about transformation gradients. In this concept, there are very important factor that would lead us a little bit to it's that these are ecological processes and that we need to understand them as such. They are part of they're part of the processes that generates the contemporary ecologies. That's why many of the ecological limits change, and it has very big implications when we think about talking about the moor, the savanna, the forest. There is a discussion about how everything it's delimited, but we need to understand that this is highly dynamic. On the other hand, we also need to understand that this is the genesis of the cultural landscapes or the transformed ecosystems, and that this is not impacting the same landscape or the same natural ecosystems, but they also transform these cultural spaces. As Sonia showed us how these periods are one over the other and they are working together, and this leads us to the need and the possibility in a much more dynamic. Okay, therefore here we can see how everything has to be like a reengineering of land use. And for that, we need to establish as many possible futures, offering space to generate symptoms or transformation drivers of the ecosystems. And to transform the existing territory, it's necessary to include and the story that today the story of the Genesis. What happened here? Okay, this is kicking me out. You did it. I'm not done. If I have a couple more minutes, well, I don't understand what's going on. Okay, here we have a series of representations. I apologize, but what I wanted to mention is that here we have a series of images that I won't be able to present because I don't have much time. Okay, we have historical representations of the territory, but it's very important for us to be able to translate them in other perspectives, in other ways, as transformation intensities of the territory. It's to say, as expression as the and even to be able to translate into things like the level of risk of the current ecosystems of how should we try to restore all this. I would just stay at with this thing, this final element, because first I think that we've transformed more than what we need, and I think that in the Andes and the Caribbean, with the current population that we have, we know that farming and other types of low intensity use and low productivity use that leads us to have a huge territorial impact on the people, especially they need an ecological reengineering. That's why history it's very important. Okay, here we need to consider that reengineering has to be focused on sustainability, and that there are many possible futures, and that through the studies that we do, all the ones that are part of this of environmental history, we can, through spatial models, we can visualize and we can dialogue with people, especially with decision makers, and trying to understand the historical sequence and the transformation drivers and the in policies, and also the management to transform the existing. It's very important to work with the now as well with the genesis. I would leave it here, maybe later on with some discussion, and maybe with other people in the panel. Maybe we can interact more. Okay. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. Okay, thank you so much with your presentation. We would like to ask the person that
So,
it's doing scroll to a tablet, that if you can please erase it. And I'm going to give the word to Olga Lucia. Can you please stop sharing your screen?
Hola. Si me dan, por favor, me habilitan para poder compartir la pantalla, se los agradecería mucho.
I would like to share my screen. I want to thank you beforehand your invitation, Monica and Felipe, to this panel. I think that having interdisciplinary work, and I hope there will be a process towards this transdisciplinarity, as we were seeing. I hope that this would happen on a faster pace. I will share. Let me know whether you can see it or not. I'm going to tell you a story. And
Les voy a contar una historia y el
I'll tell you a story.
los slides pasen solitos.
I hope the slides will work. And it is how, in reality, how could we have an interdisciplinary exercise and transdisciplinary exercise to make decisions or to have public policies? So how should we approach towards this? Is a personal process in which we start learning as we go. I feel when we graduate and we finish our training, we believe that we know it all. And then we realize that definitely we need to include many other disciplines to be able to have better work. In my case, I studied biology in Universidad del Valle, and I started working with an NGO where I had an agronomist and engineer, a forest engineer, and myself, that I'm a biologist. And every time that we go on field or we have a question, we have always from communications, someone from communications, sorry, and many times we had someone from the administrative team. So having this interrelation on the field with other professionals is that you start learning by doing. And I think this is one of the best ways how you can learn something, how can you have an interdisciplinarity. And I want to thank Felipe for his slide where he was explaining the differences between those three ways. Uh, so when we were in field with some campesinos, was quite interesting when they said, "Oh, it is as you have color, and each color is a discipline, and then we set boundaries, and then we mix the colors, uh, which represent the disciplines. But then if we have a drawing and we mix the colors, then it would become transdisciplinary knowledge where we don't have boundary uh, of each discipline as such. And something else was to put the feet on the ground and be humble and learn from one another and build new knowledge. And I think that these processes are quite important when we are going to start answering different kind of questions. So here the question is, the question that we are facing, it's demanding from us, how are we going to tackle it? So when we still have a question like, for example, uh, what species do you have? Where are they located? How do they relate to the forest? And we start like putting a lot of constraints because it's quite fun for the biologists to be working within the natural uh, areas. That is very important as well. So we need those disciplinary questions that will set the foundation so we can reach what Andres was showing in the maps. How are we transforming the landscape where we have ecosystemical services that are key to all the production that takes place in those wide areas that Andres was showing us as well. Those are key. And this is, how does it articulate with the public policy? So how can we have a coordinated work in the different areas that are part of the municipalities, where many of these municipalities, they will have this arbitrary limits that has nothing to do with environmental perspective, but they also need to take into account the neighbors that might be the water supplier, or it might be the customer for any other service. So there are a lot of answers that start shaping the transformation and start raising different kind of questions and concepts that we need to start understanding those. And here is where a part of my research job, when I was the oversight of the institute, it was marvelous because what we were trying to answer couldn't be answered only from the natural sciences. We needed to have anthropologists, we need to have engineers, veterinarian, ecologists, mathematicians. So we could start stating some solutions in a territory that doesn't have like different compartments as we might like to see it, so we can keep isolated and stick to our comfort zone in our discipline. But how could we start having discussions in terms of concepts and methods that would be actually quite enlightening for everyone? But when we try to answer things from the social sciences, then we're going to need to have the methods that might come from other disciplines. And in reality, when we see it as a whole, it gives us a lot of room to have a better discussion and be able to suggest a solution or find a sort of answer that are still quite shy or timid. And there is a massive gap between social sciences and nature sciences. But I think that this challenge that we have is very important and for the Humboldt Institute in particular, is a learning curve. So this is a research institute in biological resources, and during the past 25 years, of course, when we start analyzing socio-ecological systems, then the institute is quite strong when we talk about ecology and biology of the system. But the social side, it's a work in process. It's getting stronger. And that implies a lot of job, not only from the institute, but also to understand that a lot of this knowledge needs to involve the communities so they can we can receive the input of their knowledges, not only from the academia, it would be important, but we need to understand the relationships of the territory with the ones that are living in these areas, right? I think that one of the advantages of this is to be able to have a lot of researchers from different fields, and there is something that is very interesting. And I think that there is something key, which are the communication strategies that we're going to use, and how this coordinate teamwork must be in a language that can be used and consumed, for saying so, by the different players that we want to impact. Because we talk about decision makers, we're talking about the whole society, right? We all make decisions at some point in time. From the ones that are at home and they decide what are they going to buy or what they want to see, up till the ones that write the public policies. So I think it's very important to start putting all this information in the appropriate language. So it could be a sort of interface of political science, so we can move closer the science and the feasible solutions. I can think that it will be based in the nature. That's my personal preference, of course, but also to bring the science closer to the people and construct this dialogue between knowledges. And I would like to think that we are able to have a collective knowledge to understand where are we going together. So as we were seeing the scenarios before, we can think that we are walking towards sustainability of the landscape of the relationships, from having this multifunctionality of the landscape, maintaining the productivity of them and the well-being not only of the human and non-human communities. And how can we make sure that all this information based on scientific research and a lot of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work could be incorporated in the public policies? Because we can put the information on the table so the ones that are writing the public policy take it into account. The question is, what can we do once the public policy has been issued, as everything that we have about geotest and a lot of tools for the territory, they will actually take place in those territories? How can we make sure that in the region, the municipality, in the towns, in reality, these public policies would be effective and they won't be just written on paper? So I think that here it's very important to have a coordinate job. I think that the science role is key here. I think this is the end of my intervention. So we can have time for questions.
de Corpo Boyacá. A hermana Maya, les recuerdo que tenemos 10 minutos para la presentación.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to welcome you all. And I don't know if you can help me with my presentation. I am going to be very brief. I have I'm going to make very brief presentation. And okay, the question is, okay, I study governance and public policies, development management, and many things. And this is something that are part of the things that work with me. And okay, working about anthropology, sociology. And therefore, I would like to start with this image about the role and how from the historical materialism of Marx, and we talk about the essence of history or the historical constructions of history, and to think about this makes me think about Macron, where Donald Trump leaves the Paris Agreement, says there's no plan B because there's no planet B. And that's why this culture, which is Rapa Nui, that are from Polynesia, there has been no planet B, and that's why that's the result of their practice. And that's why this is a society that was buried in an island. And that's why things were consumed and devastated. Okay, then the island was recovered because the recovery time scales of the scales are huge compared to us as a human species. And I think, and that's why this is part of the decolonial policies. We to be able to understand that this is not a game, and that, of course, as Elizabeth Colbert says, that of course there have been events that have been very significant for the life that we have, and where this is part of the agenda of those events. And this is something that allows us to see more biocentric and typocentric and less anthropocentric. I think that this is a reflection that has to be in our agenda. And therefore, we ask ourselves, we try to understand that for creating public policies, there is a very important text and Professor Gonzalo Ordóñez that knows a lot about public policies. And one of the flaws that I know, and it's that in Colombia we have a poor practice, and it's to think that public policy is an action, it's a government action plan. And one understands that when one goes on public policies theories, one thing is to establish an action plan that allows to identify specific actions over baseline that allows to make an exposed assessment and to be able to assess what has been done. And I think that the role of environmental history is essential, and that be able to establish public policies, and therefore public policies of protected areas should have a very specific way and to establish baselines of over the protected areas. And okay, right now we are in the process of reformulation. We're going to reformulate some policies, and therefore they are going to allow us to establish some important baselines. And I think that the very important thing is to establish a bridge between this. It's to establish some public policies and information that establish baseline to the environmental histories. In Boyacá, which is a picture of Boyacá, we can see that they're frozen seasons, and we haven't built either from we haven't built a strategy that allows to mitigate the strategy in something as this as the data produced by INEAM. We still don't have a decision-making strategy that allows us to adapt a reality that we know it's going to affect us, and that it's been happening for 70 or 80 years, and that it's stronger because of climate change. And this is when they ask me, okay, what do we do? Well, it's that bridge between knowledge and the possibility of decision making. Another reflection, okay, the images.
Gracias. Eso, perfecto. La otra reflexión que cuando pensamos nosotros
Okay, the other reflection as we think about environmental history, it's this, is that for many years we betted, they call them forest, I don't know. Here, when we see the plantation of palm, it's if you see that in the Iroquois plains in the northern area of the countries have been modified by this crops that affect the soil. This monocrops of cane, of palm, all the crops that has been accompanying this green revolution agenda that it's hitting strong. And the thing is that if we bet on solutions, nature-based solutions, ecological restoration, how can we are capable to reconfigure the ecosystems? How do we generate restoration strategies that allow us to acknowledge the ecosystems that have been changed, that have been degraded, that have been devastated? And I think that to be able to build the relationship between man and nature, man and ecosystems, the productive sector and the ecosystem, it's something that should happen. And I think that here we have a very important role where we should build all the institutions and to look for the way to work together to be able to build this environmental history of the ecosystems that have been degraded systematically, because we need to be capable of change ecological restoration basis from some transitions that allow us to reconfigure the ecosystems in another way. Okay, palm has devastated. The palm has devastated the eastern plains, the Atlantic coast. It has devastated. Cattle has devastated the Amazon region in the whole continent, and I think that we need to build some information that allowed us to say these are these ecosystems, and that if we are able to guide our resources and actions to generate restoration process, the following image. Okay, this is the image of the Senu. The Senu images, I had four specific slides. In the following slide, or image that allows us to think how the human being has been living its footprint in the ecosystem, and how one finds from the biocultural memory and from this relationship between the human being, Homo sapiens, and ecosystems. I can see that there are some irrigation channels of the Sinus. There are some evidences associated to the adaptation of the ecosystems as the irrigation channels of the Sinus in the northern part of the country. And this can show us how 500,000 hectares of water were irrigation systems, and that now from a folk, today there was the capacity to adapt to the flooding plains, to the rain seasons, and also to be able to regulate the water resources and to use flooding as a tool that would allow us to use natural resources. I think that we need to focus into this models that would clearly show a huge capacity for having our coordination between human species and ecosystems without affecting their own lives, and that would allow us, and here we can have the different solutions where we have, and I think that we should be capable to understand that we need to have a baseline. This is a baseline that allows to generate public policies that generate changes and the results. We also need to be able to understand that we need to generate our relationships with ecosystems as a human species. And this is something that we have. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Herman. Okay, we have questions from the audience. The first question is for Professor Andres Eter. That it's what I'm going to read you the questions. Okay, we have some general questions. And okay, whoever wants to answer this question would be for Professor Andres Eter. But if everybody can answer, which is what do we think about preservation gradients and what does it mean stop thinking about nature? And Andres Gol asks for everybody how to translate that interdisciplinary in the public policy spheres where the vision is very sectorial and highly disciplined. And then we have a question for Sonia Archila. Okay, the Professor Archila proposes a multi-species perspective. Professor Eter, no, sorry, no, it's for everybody. Okay, Professor Eter says that the biomes are anthropogenic and what can be considered natural. From these perspectives, what criteria have to be considered for the preservation policies, for example, for the Moors? And Professor Eter, this is a question about the notion of environmental transformation. That transformation has a before or it's a continuous process where we don't have a process of non-transportation. And what is the capacity of human activity in the production of ecology that we consider natural? And there's one last question that I've read it many times and I apologize. It's for Monica. I'm sorry that I don't understand the question. That I think that there's a lot of noise in the concept of a common goal, and that common goal is a territory, that at the same time it's a socio-ecological system. Isn't okay? It's many synonyms. Therefore, my question is why that common goal. The question is specific for Monica because I know your work around the multiple as a result of diverse practices in that analytical language, the process of the interdisciplinary. I think it's easier if you read the question and Monica can answer the question, which is for her. Maria Velez asks for everybody. Can you think that about the undergraduate level we should be doing more to prepare interdisciplinary words? And then I'm going to give the word from Andres Eter and if everybody else wants to comment.
Well, I don't know whose question. It's from Monica. Okay, great. So, first of all, the human being, is it part of the nature or not? Is this natural being or not? I think it is as natural and as any other organism within planet Earth. We used to think in a very dichotomy terms, right? The body and the mind, the natural and the transform, the human and the nature. And if we have a look at the ecological system in which we place the human being, of course, its activities start transforming the processes and the components of the ecosystems. And it starts generating different ecosystems in which the human activities become part of this ecological process. Once this transformation starts, and we cannot, it's very hard to understand what was before, how is it being right now, and what is going to be later. So talking about the natural and transform makes no sense because what you start seeing is different degree of human intervention that would impact the sort of transformation of the environments that were without the human presence at the beginning. I think that the Anthropocene perspective and all the statements that we are hearing from different disciplines, from the social sciences and the biological sciences, or whomever you want to call it, the important thing here is that history is a process in which the ecosystems has been transformed through an anthropic genesis. And that is a component that becomes part of the ecological genesis. Uh, this is why we can talk about right now Anthropocene. We cannot separate one thing from the other. I don't know if I am answering the question, otherwise I can go further. It's like to break the dichotomy. Anybody else would like to comment on that? That's a question for everyone, right? So we'd like to hear from others. I would like to say something because I am in agreement with Andres. We cannot start keep thinking on like atomic way the systems. We need to understand the relationships and how can we start evaluating not the number of factors that we find in a place, but how does it connect among themselves within the landscape and understand the landscape as a whole, because it's there where we are settled and we perform our activities, and the existence of the animals and the plants is present, right? And they are doing their job as well. So it's very important to approach this like in a more organic way to analyze these landscapes. So to analyze these ingredients, that's what we have, right? And we need to understand what are the thresholds in this gradients where there is no way back. Definitely we're gonna lose it all that we can get from the nature. So we need to start breaking and changing our mindset. How can we do it? And start having a different perspective of the system as a whole. There are two questions for everyone. How could you translate the interdisciplinarity and the public policy, which is quite a structural overview, right? That division with the institution is clearly stated. And it's also with the other question that we have with Professor Etter and Professor Sonia. What are the criteria that we need to take into account for conservation policies? For example, the conservation of the páramos. I don't know if Hernan or who would like to tackle those two questions that are quite similar. Okay, Herman, go ahead. Páramos. I am finishing my master's degree on environmental legal, and we are having a look at the anthropic activities, the non-occupied territories from a biological focus, from saying that they have the right to water, subsistence right in the páramos. That is quite complex, you know, because I have done this research from environmental, legal. That is one of the consequences of being a public employee. So when the Colombian state must to be able to start from the socioecology, the relationships that are upside the river, downside the river, and to understand that relationship and the rural development, how these ecosystems could be occupied territories with low impact activities that are regulated and that are part of a consensus. What is the problem? We don't have the money, so we can implement everything that we hear from the academia. It's very easy to ask a campesino to ask, please, you cannot have 10 cows, where they are expecting to have an income of 1 million pesos a month. If you want them to stop having that income to protect that ecosystem, because the ones that are downside the river need the water. So, but what will happen with this one that has the cows? That's number one. Number two, you have to pay for that service. So we need to understand that the socioeconomical structure they would like that the one that is on top one have an income of 1 million pesos would earn 250 pesos just because they want to protect an ecosystem. So there is a tension there. So we don't have the money, so we can build those sort of bridges that will work for everyone. And that has been determined by the 388 law, and the one that would enable to reconfigure how could we make the compensations for the ones that are doing these activities so they can be protected, regulated, monitoring, and we can reach some equilibrium. I see a lot of things in the chat. When I go to the Paramo and I found someone that has 3 acres, what I'm going to say, you cannot have this an agricultural field. And I understand the ethics behind, but I'll have to go with the police force and say, you cannot do this. This is forbidden. And you've been doing this for 70 years. And actually, that is very hard. And from the Constitutional Court, we've heard that one of the fundamental rights of the campesinos communities is related with ecosystem, is the subsistence economy. And we need to understand how can we ponderate this, the right of water and the right of the subsistence in this economy. This is quite tangled and it's very hard. I think that we could have a whole workshop. I don't know if I have answered something, but this is one of the issues that we find in the parliament. And regarding páramos, effectively, us as a research institute, we set all the criteria for setting the boundaries of the páramos from the technical, from the social and cultural, and the biostatistics. And then they said, okay, so here you cannot perform any agriculture or mining. And we said, oh, wait, the fact that we're giving you the information as the ecological baseline or cultural, that means that there are people living there. So you cannot deny the acquired rights of the ones that have settled there, that have been living there for who knows how many years. That they have potatoes, that they have onions, that they have mining. There are a lot of factors that are associated. So one thing is that generating the data on the academia, we're giving you that so you can issue the public policy. And then when you do that, you just take what you like, and then you don't take everything into account, and you denied what's happening actually in the territory. Monica, would you like to answer Santiago Martinez's question? Of course, it's very interesting and quite relevant, and in line of what has been mentioned by Germán and Olga, and presentation from Professor Andres. So as Felipe was showing in the presentation, we think that that effort is to have a dialogue so we can have a strong interdisciplinarity. So you can have a strong or a soft. So for example, the relation between biologists and geologists, that is sort of soft interdisciplinarity. Maybe an historian and an anthropologist, that will be soft. But when you put together an artist and a geologist, that's a strong, and that is a lot of issues. How can you overcome the language? How can you find common ground? There is another level that is the transdisciplinarity, that it doesn't imply not only from modern science, it would imply how can you have other ways of knowledges as what we call the indigenous communities, for example. To reach those levels of negotiation, that's what we have called the resonances. And within those, it's what we have trying to found this common object of a study. So we can have a language that would make easier for us what are we talking about. And I think that you can see when the biologists or the anthropologists or we're talking about something, it might not be the same thing. So to be able to understand what is this common object of study that we know that from our discipline might not be common, it's already quite a significant achievement. Because here we are saying, and we're talking about the resonances and the dissonances, what is not common among our disciplines. So when we talk about the paramo from the history, the archaeology, the life experiences from the campesinos, are we talking about the same paramo? Are we talking about the same? We're using just that word. Does it mean the same for everyone? How can we translate that when we are saying the paramo is a thing? It might not be the same animal for all the ones that are hearing it. What does it mean? How do you experience it? How is that linked to other scenarios? So the idea is to find that into brackets. How can you find that common object of study that would make that job easier?
Y yo creo que es absolutamente.
I think that is absolutely key. I think universities are the ones that are being called to encourage this. Just imagine that the university would set a challenge, research question. Maybe just gather 5 students from different departments, different faculties to solve that question. So the thesis shouldn't be just slightly from one specific faculty, but it should be the university. How can we answer the question together, where you need to involve people from arts, economy, I don't know, for example, start thinking in a different way. How can we change the box? So that's where we can find new answers, new positions. And I think, and I would say, Maria, yes, the universities are the ones that should be generating this shift, this possibility of being able to coordinate ourselves better. Of course, not everyone will be interested in doing this sort of work, but we could have this possibility of having an invitation for the students that would like to solve a problem. I think it could be a quite interesting experience, and that could give us an interesting solution for our country. Monica, how is the agenda at the moment? We are short of time, but the conversation is quite interesting. I don't know if you want to say your final comments. I don't know. We had two people that would like to make a discussion. I see that we are running out of time. Why don't we have some closing words? I would like to hear from you, Professor. What could I say? I think that there are different aspects when we try to connect territory and ecosystems. One are the pictures and the preconceived ideas that we have about them. But if we need to make a decision, we need to be able to land those ideas over a foundation that we can use as a common ground. I think that we could try to avoid to think or to have a dialogue through abstract models, but to use the territory, the landscape, as an expression of the ecological processes. And with this space that we can all acknowledge and identify, we can think we can start thinking in a most productive way. And I think there is where we can understand that a city is not different ecosystem than a tropical forest. It's very different, but the environmental management means that we need to make a redirection of the human management. So we have a lot of gray tones. It is not on black and white. We have a lot of shades. So a urban ecosystem is not the worst. It could be the best. It depends on how we construct it and how can we achieve the interaction. Actually, we need to break that barrier. We need to understand the gradients of transformation. Likewise, when we are in jungle, there are different levels of intervention through the extraction of resources, agriculture. We can be looking at the forest today, and that could be product of the human intervention in Amazonia. There are a lot of research how today's jungle is the reflection of an historical management of multiple events, anthropogenetic, that took place there. I would think that was a primitive jungle, and no, that was a result or the outcome of human activity, and that is part of a history. Likewise, we have a substrate, we have a weather that is generating impacts through the rain. We have animals that come in and out of the city. So I think it's very important to understand that we need to transform the agency of this ecosystem so we can generate a solutions that could be based on nature. Nature has millions of years of experience where we can learn how can we manage in a better way our territory. That's what we want. We cannot go backwards and say the non-Anthropocene. It just happened. So we need to learn how can we do our best to construct the best Anthropocene. Anthropocenic is not bad. We just need to understand. We need to avoid those matters. I don't want to just keep talking.
Okay, can you hear me? I just wanted to share that I still consider, I agree with Herman that it's very difficult. Here we have such complex issues, so difficult to think about as part of public policies, but I think that it's very complicated not to be able to see the possibility of, for example, I was thinking if the program if it's not close to what we wanted to protect, the topic of protection, what does that mean? If any other person that works in the sector as Germán, there is no, I don't know, I think that it's very confusing because maybe from a very practical perspective, it's not, we cannot take into account the multiples and diverse ways to think about a category like the Moor, which can be so diffuse, and that those gradients that Andres mentions can't be totally different in and I think that it worries me that we from the academy or when generating knowledge or we keep on dialoguing that we're walking through different pathways, therefore to say what is the pathway if it's not the technical rapture, because we can say, okay, these are the anthropological conditions or the social conditions, and let's apply something different in each case. What do we do from generating policies? But I think that I'm like in a in a stagnant place. There's no way out. There's no possibilities. I think that we should be able to move forward in some places. I think that in the last decades, as Olga Lucia was saying, when we work about in Humboldt, there's so many activities that before didn't exist. Therefore, how are we working? And I feel I'm like a bit lost in this sense. I don't understand what's the pathway to follow. Okay, with the intervention of Herman, we're going to finish off and I'm going to give the word to Felipe because the panelists are going to be just one single group. Okay, very brief. I was the secretary of the Boyacá governance. The idea for me is to take the academy to government practices, but that's not public policy. Those are government actions and we need to differentiate them. And I think I've been working a lot in governance in Universidad Externado, and I did a master's in environmental law to be able to understand the tools. It's to say the step by step of the permits of the corporation. And this is very important. I think that in these academic spaces in the university in Humboldt need to have that capacity of including a lawyer, an attorney, because all the agroecology, socioecological models, the landscape of the ecology, territorial planning that can only be translated into laws. And I think that there's valuable academic spaces that ask about balance, about an Anthropocene that we can't move out, as Bruno Latour will say. And therefore I say it because that's my work. The only way in which we can work in what the academy reflects on, establishes, it's that we need to turn it into laws. And therefore what happens with the people that make public policies, before making the policies, we have the legal planning and we have the constitutional block. I want to tell you something. I didn't believe in the sustainable development concept. I was post-development Arturo Escobar academically, no, the academy, but you say, you know what? One day I started to study Oscar Dario Maya and the concept of sustainable development with which I differ, because this is not just to leave resources to the new generations. I don't agree with all those lands. I disagree with Old Earth Summits, but in law, today there's a trend which is to use sustainable development as a principle of law. And therefore, what it's a principle of law, that would become an area for the legal planning of Colombia. And therefore me, if I would like to work on the protection of ecosystems, I find in the concept of sustainable development from law a huge possibility for management. And this would be striking. This is brutal. And I would like to conclude with my experience as an academia, because I'm not dedicated to the academia. I'm a public officer, not an academic, but we need that what the academy reflects says how this have to be managed. And this is done with constitutional reforms, laws, decrees, acts, and that's it. And then we have the public policy. And that's why it's very difficult to think about public policy if we don't understand that we have very big 5 elements in public policies. And this is very important. And it's my last reflection. It's that. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna give the word to Felipe so that we can go back to the groups. I'm sorry. We had issues with the groups, but we're gonna go back to the groups.
Grupos de trabajo, hoy tendremos 4 moderadores.
We're going to have 4 moderators, Felipe Reaños, Daniel Tarazona, Caterina Mora, and Susana Velázquez. And how do we move? Okay, we are going to go to the section of work groups now that people have been pre-assigned. I'm going to go into the main room. If everybody wants to go to a group, they please tell me, and we will see, and we will reconvene in 30 minutes. But the idea is for each discussion, we're going to answer a question. Do you consider that it's important to include socio-environmental history to be able to include the environmental public policies in present, and why? And I think that the discussions are very important, very juicy, and we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you so much. I would like to say that the panelists would be in the main rooms, and we're going to keep on talking amongst us. And when we finish, the topics are going to bring us so that we can answer as a plenary.
Vamos a contar un poco el resumen de
Okay, we're going to sum up the groups, and we're going to give the floor to the moderators per group so that they make a sum up of what they did, and then we will go up to the closure. Monica, I don't know if we all get together, we need to see what it's the graphic drawing. Okay, this is a very good idea. We're going to show what it's the graphic, and it's great that you're all opening up your cameras. It's wonderful. Okay, great. Great to see you. It would be great if we opened up our camera to see us, each other. And have the sensation of the group.
Susana, Laura, qué chévere. Juliana, ¿cómo vamos con la relatoría gráfica?
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what right now the second part that we did about the panel. And here we can see the interdisciplinarity, that it's about the most important thing, and also this question about man, nature, and about what happens if we go beyond that dichotomy and we have a more systematic approach to man and nature. And they tell us, and they show us how is this interdisciplinary work, and they also told us about this physiodynamic of the landscape, of the ecosystem vision, and also the situation, how to get science can get closer to people, and how communication is so important for a dialogue. And also to talk about the decision makers, to understand that decision makers, they are not the people that are part of the government institutions, but also there's a certain level of agency in all the peoples in the society. Okay, therefore, in this piece, and I'm going to finish in the plenary this process. It's very important. Monica, I'm going to ask, these graphical pieces you're going to be able to see them later, right? Because they're so interesting. Yes, they are great. I would like to tell you something very brief. We're not that out of time. The notion of the workshop, this was something, a negotiation that we did, because from social sciences, we don't do workshops that are more than 30 minutes. We need to get a point, and also to produce something or paper or something, into a plan or a strategy. I have seen that according to the biophysical science, and because it's more like a panel, like a seminar for social sciences. That's why the people expose more, and then we have questions and answers. And that's why we need to coordinate that we can talk in the groups, but also would allow us to talk, to work presentations. And in this case, it's been great. But how we represent this also through the filter of Juliana and the dialogue that we are having, what we are weaving in these conversations, we represent it in a visual manner. And that's why we are going to edit the videos and that it's more efficient. And the graphic representation, it's a product of our collective work. And that's why we need that's why the drawing, it's the common good that we have in this workshop. And of course many things were not included and that maybe are not printed there, but this is the common thing that we did. And this is the material that we use for the workshop. Now I'm going to give them. Okay, we have Juan Riaño. Can you please tell us what you did? Okay, okay, good morning, everybody. And therefore, this was very interesting. We had perspectives that were shared. It was a very multidisciplinary group. We can include two ideas. And with the question, it's how to include the social environmental history with part of, and I think that there is a consensus, and we will allow them to see how can we do that. And the thing, how we do this, how strategies, and that we have mentioned here the need of working in cross sections about the socio-environmental image, but trying to have an interdisciplinary approach between public policies. And this is not something that should not be and more traditional stakeholders, but we should need to have an idea to have an transdisciplinary approach of socio-environmental history and public policies. And this happens with the idea of keep on including professionals from different disciplines and of public. And this goes hand in hand to what Olga Lucia was mentioning, associated to, and it's the idea of continuing, of keep on looking for ways to communicate between natural sciences and decision makers, understanding decision makers, not only who does public policies and also civil society. And also despite the fact that we have trying to communicate the social environmental and so studies and the social environmental history, and also we still need to explore how do we communicate this to the general public. And this is the more challenges that we've seen, but we also need to mention more complex challenges with regards to the debates that we're having. And on one hand, there is a question that we have an intention and we have a need of integrating and to get a feedback on public policies with the scientific knowledge of social sciences. And that's why this is a very open question. So this need of give some feedback to public policies gives us to a scenario that allows us to have knowledge about the farmers, the Afro-Colombian and the indigenous communities, that talk about the ties and the links and the between worlds, between humans and non-humans. and between humans and non-humans, different stakeholders and landscapes are broken, and that's why public policies doesn't approach these policies. And I think that we have a question here. It's that this idea of giving a feedback to public policies, it's something that we need to think in, and how public policy or what other public policies that are possibly not traditional can we intervene, and what other things can we reintervene, because the public policies let us in a jail where we cannot stop intervening, and we cannot stop giving it feedback, but it's also not giving us the answer to challenging problems, to a landscape, to a country that because if we saw the map of Professor Etter that has more wide areas and it has the needs of the community and working in a much more complex area, and as a way to intervene, but also what other spaces can we rethink to be able to generate and okay for and how do we how the communities and how the scientific communities and how the local communities that are also scientific it's do a control about work relationships territory spaces outside. We know that there's an exclusion of these stakeholders, and how do we retake controls and the relationships between the flows and others that converge in space. And I think that these were the topics that we mentioned, and we will leave it there. Okay, Juan, and the moderators, can you please talk very slowly? And it would be great if you could please speak slower so that we can do a better translation. Let's go to the group number 2, Susana Franco or Juliet. Okay, in the group number 2, we had a very interesting dialogue, and I would like to leave 3 messages that we can take from this dialogue that we had. Therefore, the first thing is that we have a very dominant perspective in public policy that goes from top to bottom, that we need to insert that policy from at the macro level in the territory. And this is something that can be managed from the perspective that it's bottom top, because decision makers are not the ones who have to go in the policies, but also the person that lives in the territory and makes decisions about it. And there is a question about that the socio-environmental history, it's very important. And for all this decision making process, this will allow us to have an activation that we understand that it's part of the Constitution. A second message, it's that we have some structural message that we understand about command and control in public policies when we are going to do the follow-up, the execution. And we think, when we think about the maps and this content of the maps, and also when we work in the territorial planning and the zonifications that happens for protected area, and these maps that are in this planning tools and in the execution and in the planning, what that content, who do they represent? Who does the content represent? And this is what Andres Kuhl was saying. It's that what it's happening right now that he talked about making a fetiche about the uses of geographical information system and maps generation, and we don't sometimes we don't think much who do those maps represent. And in a third conclusion that it's not a conclusion, because it's about the dialogues, because intersectorial dialogues are very important, because this is something that it's going to allow that transdisciplinary approach. But in the territory, it have, for example, the household or the farming, it's part of the social environmental territory.
Gracias, Susana.
Thank you so much, Susana.
Podemos pasar al grupo
And
número
now
3.
we can go to group number 3.
Okay, so let's move
Daniel o Daniel Tarazona, por favor.
Daniel Tarazona, please.
Yes, hello. So in our group, the discussion started about the input of the social environmental studies into the public policies. And it starts from the sensibilization of the studies regarding these topics. So that was the access that started coordinating the discussion that we had, and how this sensibilization towards these topics can help so these public policies could be used to reach broader audiences. So we can have bigger audiences, and we can have other discussions, maybe in line with what Susana was saying, not having just vertical discussions, but more horizontal discussions. So the second topic, which was something that we discussed, is that we need to acknowledge this sensibilization as a starting point, but also we need to learn how to translate that into the public policies without falling into the trap of romanticizing this nature and this ideal of taking care of the plants or taking care of the landscape just because we need to do it and because our campesinos are very nice, but it should become something very pragmatical and can be translated into the public policies that we have. So we can understand the environment and the communities that are settling those places because they are valuable and they need to be taken into account. We talk about the difficulties that we have in the socio-environmental studies, basically the limited continuity because of the lack of resources and the period of time that we have for those studies from the academy, and also what is the possibility that we could overcome these limitations and present those so we could help in the implementation of long-lasting policies and stable policies. We also talk about how could we start thinking about other ways of like having presence in the communities, building bridges, that ultimately are the ones that receive these policies and the ones that are, for saying so, the object of this discussion. And how can we create the link so we can formulate and socialize these discussions, not only with the ones that are creating the policies, but also with the society. So these policies should be raised from the bottom, from the community, and to encourage a dialogue process with the academy as well. So we could be the ones that are building the bridge of the discussion, because we have the ease to hear from the community, because we are on the field working with them, but also we have the privilege of having a conversation, as Dunia was saying, with the ones that are creating the policies. And as we've been doing to do so with Hernan, for example, because it's an honor to have him here. He is the corporate director and he's hearing from us what are our thoughts and our needs and the concerns that we have. What the researchers are getting on the field. We talk about how could we empower. So it will be the next stage after the sensibilization. So how can we empower the communities from the acknowledging their knowledge as a significant portion of the interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity that we've been discussing, and to acknowledge their knowledge as part of the dialogue, as them being one discipline, many ways of not knowing or acquiring knowledge. And we've concluded that the best way of having this link is through good and listening, not only the ones that are writing the policies, but also the ones that are receiving the impact of these public policies. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. Muy interesante
Thank
todo.
you,
Y sí,
Daniel.
nuevamente,
Very
muchas
interesting.
gracias a
And without a
hermana Maya
doubt,
de Corpo Boyacá por
thank
estar
you to
acá
Hermana
y a
Maya
Olga Lucía
for
Hernández, porque
joining
no
us,
es
and
tan
Olga
común
Lucía Hernández,
que en
because
estos
it's not
espacios
common
académicos
that in these academic
tengamos
spaces
a
we will
funcionarios
have
públicos que
public
ejecutan la política
employees
ambiental.
that will be executing the policies taking part of.
Vamos a pasar al grupo número 4.
We
Caterine
will
Mora,
hear
por
from
favor.
group number 4, Caterina Mora.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Thank you, good afternoon. In our group, there was a consensus. We recognized the relevance of the socio-environmental history itself. It implies to have an interdisciplinary overview. We talk about something that we discussed yesterday, and it is the problem of the lack of acknowledgement. It's born within the each discipline, no? So it's how can we start tackling this in a different perspective? And then when we start having this dialogue with between the disciplines and then with the communities and then with the ones that will be writing the public policies, but we can start having a shift in our mindset. For example, the one that we're having at the moment during these 2 days to open these communication channels. We also highlight the importance to see this governmental perspective on public policies, but also to the environmental teaching and how can we include the children from early childhood and how we can involve the youth, and that could be a way to work towards this as well. The relevance to tackle this from a perspective that is complex, that might be just guided by cause and effect, but to understand that the solutions need to be cross-sectional, and it would involve not only numbers, but also socio-ecological processes and so on, and that there isn't an exclusive or just one single way of explaining a problem. Not only the socio-environmental history will be important, but also the transsectional policies as well. In this regard, what we discuss in the group is that sometimes they are had a very well thought process behind, but when they're going to be executed, the fact that they were elaborated as such, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is that when it's being executed, we tackle and we face different problems. We have a very complex reality in our Colombian context, in territories that have gone through many different armed conflicts during many decades, and they have had the movement of protected communities in those protected areas. We're talking about corruption of the officers that need to impose the penalties, and also narco traffic that has been always in the background and has been overestimate farther than the collective wellness. And it's quite complex to understand everything that is happening. If the policy is very well designed with all the disciplines taken into account, the implementation it's a complete different scenario. One of our participants was talking about the crops substitution. So of course it could seem to be fantastic, but then they are struggling trying to get the products out of the region, or they don't have the distribution channels that are enough to make it sustainable. And we have a couple of questions for everyone. The first one is, do you think that better public policies would resolve the environmental problems? So as Germana Maya was saying, the lack of laws, resolutions, decrees, do you think if that is very well designed, it would be the way to solve the environmental problem? And the other question is, we have here different participants. If we bear in mind that most of the environmental conflicts that we have at the moment take place in protected areas, uh, in archaeological sites that are protected and natural sites that are protected, how could we integrate the indigenous, the campesinos, and the Afro-descendant communities in the public policies to solve this conflict and enable them so they can have productive projects as well? Those are the questions. Thank you, Catherine. I want to pass the vote to Nicolas. We also had a meeting among the panelists. So, Nicolas.
Okay. The truth is that we had so many things in our mind, and there are several aspects that we consider relevant. And also the statics that the norms regulate and that regulations are created. And also that we create baselines that are a bit arbitrary baselines because they are created from a moment onwards, and also because the information suggests that we need to talk something. We talked about the Moors and protected archaeological parts and how the authorities need to implement those things are going to have issues. And this is very static. And this is very related to what Group 3, Professor Gould, and it's about why do we create those maps and how. And these are real limitations that we have. And the norms are static in the society, it's not. And the way how the society relates with the environment, it just generates a lot of issues. And the thing is, how do we create them? And this issue of how we create them, it's and it has a very particularity that goes from top to bottom and that complicates many situations with regards to the implementation of norms, and also they overlap. One of the things that are also mentioned at the end of our discussion, it's that probably we are confusing the norms with public policies that are different sides of the states. One it's the regulatory part, which are the regulations, and one it's the executive element, which are public policies. And sometimes the building process, sometimes the building process, it's done without taking into consideration technical knowledge element, and also and many more times without having taking into consideration the lifestyles of the people that are there, which is what Felipe and Monica were alluding as being transdisciplinary, which is not what we're talking about here. And it's something that we need to talk about, as Olga Lucia well said in her presentation, because the creation of those regulations also has to go back through the local communities and how they see their environments and how they think about it. Because Monica, it's not the same. Amour is not the same thing for everybody and in the same ways. And this is an example. And right now, the territories, the interactions, who is a family and who is not, all those things, and also how all the living beings have an effect on these situations. Or we're going to have a lot of inconvenience. Okay, yeah, we were mentioning, and I'm also a public officer, and we were mentioning that there is a problem of effectiveness in the way of how we communicate, from the technical aspects, from the academia, from the researchers, to be able to inform to whoever makes those regulations and public policies that maybe we're not speaking about the same language. And we need to look for better ways to communicate, so that we can be much more effective in what we create. There are parts when we don't have a total incidence, and what we want to have in a decree, in a regulation, sometimes doesn't pass through us. But if we want to improve the communication methods in a much more effective manner, in a manner, and not in a way that's so segregating, we are able to have much more incidence or impact, which is very high, really relevant. And also because the possibility that people are able to know about the different aspects of their country, it's also going to have an incidence, because they're going to have more information to be able to take autonomous decisions, which is the purpose, which is one of the most important things of a mature democracy, and what state we are. And okay, Monica. Okay, I think that's a very good summary. I also want to mention three things about synchronizing. In a synchrony, we live in a synchrony, which is the formulation of regulations, the definition of public policies, and what happens in life. The life dynamics goes different, has a different velocities, and regulations and public policies are like a picture of the past that it's trying to regulate the present and the future. There is a lack of synchrony. There is no synchrony. And also of the synchrony about dialogue, we get to the point that everything is woven. And we can see that humans and no humans, everything it's woven. What happens in the Antarctica and Bristol, everything is interwoven, but there's not the same. It's not the same way. Some things are woven, have been woven throughout the time, and here we increase the complexity. And also at the end of the conversation, we talk about the importance of consultations and local agreements, because apparently laws and public policies, it's not able to get, because it was designed from top to bottom. And therefore that the agreements and the dialogues and the local dialogues seem to be more effective. And that's when we go back to the topic of the consultations. There were two questions in the discussion groups to the panelists. There were two questions and they made several comments. I don't know what reactions does Nicolas have, and if you want to make a synthesis about the groups, and we'll later go to the panelists so that they can give us their impressions, their opinions. Okay, I think that some of the clear aspects that we have of all groups, it's that the norms are static. It was said in different ways, but I think that this is very constant. And also the creation of norms from top to bottom. We need to have an incidence in those two topics, but we are not clear about how. And how can that respond to have a better synchronization between the formulating between the formulation of laws and public policies and the real pathway, because as we will said, the norms and public policies end up being like a picture of the present that wants to do things in the future. And many times life has there different tracks. I think that pandemic is one of the things that has taught us that in the hardest way possible, that we think we are prepared for a series of life ways of life and regulations, but things can change because of a given circumstances. Okay, these things that can happen. We don't know how, but also we need to make more horizontal the way in which those situations are created. I think that this is something that it's key in all of these discussions that we've been having today. One of the groups that talked about the awareness and how sensitive can social studies be, and with regards to life form, and how can we add, and I'm going to say a word, how can we add humanity to those regulations? And I think that it's very important without being romantic, because we don't want to create a museum of the planet Earth. We do know that it's dynamic. And about Professor Etter, that we are using more than we have said, and therefore we need to see how we harmonize those topics. And also when we talk about the empowering, it came out in almost all groups, empowerment, and it's how that's why this leads us to think that we need to do consultations, and we need to have clear languages to be able to communicate and to be able to see the positions of others, not only in an empathic way, but also trying to, and in anthropology and linguistic, and and it's something that we talk about the metaphor of the container, and we think that the words are in a closed containers and that the speaker opens it. And that's why that meanings are built up in context. We need to be clear that we want to create a common context. And that's why we have the point that I think that it's very important. And also, and it's that being the transdisciplinary approach. We need to find transdisciplinary way to build public policies, to create up a dialogue, to build up a research, and also to build our internal processes in the different processes where we are doing it with the purpose of having more to be stronger and be much more representative, therefore to empower whoever may, so that they can have more participation in this aspect. I don't know if somebody else wants to say something, Monica, because those would be my conclusions about the topics that were covered in my panel. Okay, let's talk about the Professor Andres, Olga, and even Sonia, and then we're going to do a small round with the public.
I'll make just a final comment. I was checking in the chat, Andres Gould, not to use this that is happening in the academy. So everything that we close all the models that we have are built with the information that we have on our hands. It is the evidence that we have that is limited by the inputs that we have at that time. For this reason, when we are getting the knowledge, whether it's within the academy or outside, it's a progressive process. So up to the extent that it would become more participative from different disciplines, but with different actors and different knowledges out of the academy, it could become more relevant for the management. in that sense, when we're saying how could we influence that, we need to be able to adapt in parallel this construction of the new knowledges. We cannot think that it's going to be static. It is the knowledge itself, the way we have this. So the big scientific foundation and brackets or without the brackets, they keep transforming themselves. The cosmovision that we had is different from the one that we had before, cosmology, etc. So I would say that we need to emphasize in the need that we have to put in sync the legislation with the dynamics that we have and with the knowledge that we are acquiring from the territory. That would be my final comment. Okay, so to answer one of the questions that I got from the group, the job that we do from the research institutes are associated, that we are like the technical branch, at least the institute from the Ministry of Environment. So when we talk about environment, we are talking about agriculture, we're talking about housing, we're talking about other ministries of affairs. But it has been always little and has a very limited resources. And I think this is a great opportunity. There is a shift, there is a coordinating process taking place between different sectors with the environmental topics that are not easy, like to have a conversation with the mining companies, with the constructors. It will take us out from our comfort zone because we would rather be surrounded by green lands and things. But there's something that we need to do. We need to get out of our comfort zone. We need to start having those conversations with the others. To everyone involved in the organization. I'm not talking about from the government, but also locally. We need to understand better the dynamics that take place in the territories. We need to clarify how are those dialogues, how could they take place within the region. So the public policy that is issued in Bogota on a desk far away from the reality, that of course is going to generate massive gap when you try to implement it. The question of how could we make this laws bottom to top, I have no idea. But we'll need advisory from lawyers. How could we coordinate this? How could we move it upwards to the ones that are the decision makers? And that is quite relevant. But I do think that having these spaces for dialogue, for communication among different players, from the local communities all the way up to the decision makers, and how could we make this feasible to have a flow of the communications upside down and not just to receive the policies when everything has been agreed and signed and cannot be modified. I think it doesn't help a lot to ensure that the systems can be dynamic. We're saying that the landscapes are open or dynamic. We cannot enclosure them, as Andres was saying. We cannot say that we cannot go backwards. We cannot go back in time. We're not going to have a complete green country. We are living in the Anthropocene. How can we make it more sustainable? So that's how can we coordinate ourselves from the academy, but also from the management, from the communities, to construct the knowledge and make sure that this would help to create tools that would be feasible on the territories.
Sonia o Germán quisieran comentar algo.
Sonia, Germán, any comment?
No, yo por ahora no tendría nada que agregar, no sé, Germán.
That will be all from my side. Very short. It is important to link the disciplines that enable to understand the public policy and the juridical ordainment in our country in all the debates that we will have. I think that is having that element within these spaces is very important. And in practical terms, for the research groups in the different spaces that you have for the analysis in the academy. The profile, for example, when a law that's been stated, there are some spaces that where you can participate. So there are those mechanisms. So I think it will be good to implement that, to bring all those together that comes from the biological sciences and the social sciences. How can we analyze these other disciplines that will be a benefit for both parties, because it will be good for them to understand the social environmental reality so they can guarantee that the public policies would be successful on the territory and that the public resources will be invested in a good way, ensuring the common well-being. Thank you very much. So we will open the mic. I'm going to ask you to turn on the cameras. We're going to take a picture of the workshop. It would be good if we can turn on the cameras. So let's make a short round of comments. And then we're going to see Juliana's work. You're going to take a picture while you open your cameras, you turn on your cameras.
Felipe Andrés Reina. Sí, Felipe.
Felipe.
Aló.
Dale, Felipe, te escuchamos. Abre tu cámara y te vemos también.
No, mira, no puedo.
Turn on your camera. I'm afraid I cannot. I'm sorry.
Una pregunta para la profesora
I'd
Sonia.
like to ask something, Professor Sonia, about her presentation from this morning that was marvelous for us, about all the archaeological components that they have been working with in the Quechua Valley. Question is, this multi-species concept and all the work that has been developed around that approach, it's born since that project or was done before, or if this concept can be assumed as a theoretical proposal to be able to have a broader scope from the theoretical concepts and the archaeological excavations, and also if these multi-species concepts have been applied in other archaeological studies in the country. So that's my question, and thank you very much for this wonderful workshop.
Muy bien. Profesora Sonia, ¿quiere contestar inmediatamente o esperamos otra pregunta?
Claro.
Do you want to answer straight ahead? Yes. Thank you, Felipe, for your question. And my answer is this whole archaeological multi-species archaeological is not a development that has come out of my work and my colleagues in the Checua River Valley. It is one of the trends that we have had, I would say, for the past 10 years. So we have been elaborating this within what we call the interpretative theories. So from the conceptual perspective, the Anglo perspective, it is a type of archaeology that when they make the interpretation of the results of an archaeological excavation, they used to break different paradigms from other theoretical framework. So it's within this that you find the multi-species archaeology, but it has to do with other developments of the social science, and in particular with anthropology. So there are some works that are related with what we could say are the multi-species anthropology. And everything has to do on a bigger perspective, what they have to do, the ontological twist or post-ontological twist that we have had in the social sciences, trying to link other ontologies to have it in a stronger way in their own way of understanding the social phenomena and the humankind phenomenon. So it's not something that came out of my work. I am not aware if there is any other thing happening in Colombia. I have some colleagues that are working on archaeology in Colombia that they are trying to understand. And they don't use that word, but they are trying to take into account different dimensions of archaeological material from different perspectives that are not the most traditional or orthodox. So I refer precisely to some archaeological works that are involving sort of Latin American social theory, in particular the one that has to do with the ontological twist or studies led by Escola or Castro in some South American region. And that social theory about the ways of organizing the world related with the nature up to some extent have been used in South America and in Colombia, I think just a couple. I think it is a contemporary development and it's like a conceptual body among archaeology. So it's not isolated. It is part of this full package of concepts that we have around asking or all the questions that we have in archaeology as well from the Anglo perspective. Anybody else? Any questions? Okay, so I assume that a lot has been said. I am really thankful because we had the space in the groups, which was quite interesting, so we could interact. I don't know if they're going to take the picture or if they have already taken the picture.
Foto.
Sonia, abre tu cámara. Felipe.
Perdón, no me he dado cuenta.
¿Listo? Muy bien. Ahora quiero que veamos el trabajo de Juliana Serrano. ¿Cómo vamos con la relatoría gráfica, Juliana?
Hola, bien, súper. Les voy a mostrar la pieza final. Listo. Entonces, esta es la pieza que salió.
Then this is the final piece derived from our conversation about the usage of key elements about how to transversalize and how do we use this from the disciplines as a much more ample concept and also as a way to have a much more ample perspective of the territory. And we did an emphasis that norms are static and the society not, and also how we can do this synchronous, and also to be able to understand how public policies can, and how can other type of agency at the government scale, at the community scale, and it leads us to change around and to turn around to the logic of the building of public policy from bottom to top, and also with the idea, and which also that the academy can play a very good important role without idealizing the concept of the academia, but also to generate a space of the for speaking. And we also to talk about the tools, who do they represent, and how the things that must happen, and how to acknowledge the complexity, and also to generate agency at the community levels. And also, I'm gonna give the word to Felipe Franco. I don't know if people are commenting in the chat. I don't know if you want to make the comments directly to Juliana. And also to give the words to Felipe Franco to be able to close the workshop. And I think he has some ideas. And we have some ideas about what can happen after the workshop.
Felipe?
Perdón, Mónica. Listo. Bueno, antemano, gracias a todos por estar acá.
Okay, thank you so much for us to be here. I think that especially with the moment and with the things that the country is living, the fact that you have taken time of analyzing, of being at this workshop for 2 days, 2 very long days, and to think about the social environmental history, and also to think about the public policies, and also the fact that you are here. It's not the same thing. It's even a way of going outside of the reality that the country it's totally immersed with. We would also like to thank the panelists and the speakers that very generously accepted this invitation when we started to get in contact with them, and also helped us build this workshop. And also what happens for the future. It's that we are so interested in giving continuity to this series of dialogues, and we would like to organize an event along with Nicolas and Sonia and other institutions, and it's to be able to give continuity to this study, especially with pages that are so interested, and also the possibility of scaling, and the topics that we covered about environmental history and transdisciplinarity, and also at the level of Colombia. And these are about the things, and also because of the participation of other institutions and also of UPTC, and it also gave us very important thing. And this is when we talk about the Latin American environmental history. And I think that this initiative that to build this interdisciplinary networks, it's very strong, and also and that's why we need to even include it and to be able to create a research in social environmental history, and to be able to give continuity to this series of encounters, and that we want to keep on moving further with these scenarios. And we also see that if there have been very important developments between the biophysical science and social sciences, and we need to have those synergies that we're seeing and that are registered because there was not such advancement, because we can see that there's a lot of development and that we need to make them move forward and to be able to have them with the decision makers, even thinking about public policies. And we are so pleased, we are so happy. And I would like to give the floor to Monica so that we can do this.
Tenemos la propuesta, dale. Tenemos la propuesta, se ha cultivado.
Okay. Okay, just to finish, it's that we need to mention that this was an experimental workshop. And the truth is that this was to be done in person. And at the end, we were not able to do it because of what happened last year, because we were in a pandemic. And at the end, we decided to do this online. We think that it was successful despite of all what may happen at several moments. But at the end, the goal was able to be fulfilled. And also, we would like to thank the technical and logistical support all the time. Not only was Monica and I moderating, but we also had a lot of people behind collaborating and helping us. Ismael Garcia, Daniel Tarazona, and Felipe Riaño, that were part of this group, but that were helping us. But we also had the translation that were also part of all this. And okay, now I'm going to give the floor to Monica. I also like to mention the work of the moderators and also the PhD students, or to talk about Alejandro Bernal, and that have a lot of history in Guatavita, Susana as well. And we in Utah, we do Jason Nesbitt, that it's also an expert in the Andes, and that was a moderator, and that they were here because we think that the topic hadn't been explored, and also working together was very important. As Felipe was saying, what we imagine, and this is something and that we're going to keep on in further discussions with the speakers, it's to understand that we need an interdisciplinary network of socio-environmental histories that allow us to keep on exploring the theoretical frameworks. I also would like to say that this is funding so that we can give continuity and to keep on sharing, so that those institutions can help us as an umbrella for this network. And I'm talking about Los Andes in the case of Sonia Chila, and the Universidad Javeriana, the Professor Andrés Eter, and Universidad Nacional, and the British universities, and about resilience, the Bristol, where I'm currently at doing some research, the Exeter University, where Felipe does research, and even think about as a group to do a proposal that gives continue to the collaboration between England and Colombia, which is something that we want and that we consider it's important to give continuity, so that it's not just a point. I don't know Dunia Orrego, which is the main research about bioresilience, to be able, because we all in Colombia want to have lunch. Dunia, please.
Muchísimas gracias, Mónica y Felipe. No, yo simplemente
I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate the organizers of the workshop for an event and also very complex. It's very enriching, very complex, and with very good purposes, and also very all these topics that are so difficult, but that also that are that are so interesting for us. Thank you so much for this initiative. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this interdisciplinary dialogue. If I would like to congratulate all the people that were working with me. Thinking about to the moderators and the people that work with logistics, translation, and that also were not visible or maybe were less visible, but that were crucial in the development. And also the panelists, for such very interesting discussions in the chats. And that allow us to think and to keep on thinking about things. And also moving forward in this interdisciplinary analysis, and also to continuity, and also to invite you and to keep on with these spaces, and also to keep on in contact as an opportunity to be able and to be able to keep on moving forward. And thank you so much, and enjoy your afternoon and enjoy your evening in Europe. And thank you so much.
Solamente a los colaboradores del taller, el ICANN, la UPTC con Caterina Mora, muchísimas gracias.
And thank you
ha sido maravilloso
so
trabajar
much.
con ustedes,
It's been wonderful and to
Profesor
coordinate
Andrés
with you,
Professor Andrés Setter. No estuvo en nuestra sesión.
And yes, you were not with us yesterday, but you were today, and you were here. You were so flexible. And also Corpo Boyacá, because we've created a very interesting dialogue that we hope that it's very productive for the communities. And Nicolás would like to comment anything, Caterine? Okay, I would like to thank you so much. This is a great initiative, and we hope that we can keep on this network. And if from the Institute we are so enthused, and we would like to strengthen whatever we can strengthen. And thank you. This is very enriching. And yesterday when I was in the panel, and today you leave out with your head full of things. And I mean, I have so many books and that have just been published, and therefore this is the beginning of the analysis. But I think that we need to take this into policy formulation, and therefore thank you so much all the people that participated, and therefore the Andes UPTC and the project Bioresilience, that it's so interesting. I just would like to thank you. I think these are very productive, and from what I can collaborate in the other projects that you consider with all, I'm willing, and also Thank you so much. There are open doors to everybody that it's behind the organization and the people that participated.
Mónica, yo quiero agradecer.
Monica, I would like to thank you. I think you have the Boyacá in the way that times allows, and human and technical resources can be with you, and I'm so happy. And thank you so much. See you in Boyacá. Monica, I would like and I would like to thank all the people, everybody, and also as we are very willing to continue to something that it's so interesting and from various perspectives. Therefore, thank you once again. Okay, Henry Ohinstra, please don't leave. Thank you, Henry, thank you so much to think about more extended. Okay, without further ado, we would like to finish this. Okay, I think that we still want to thank someone else that has been Juliana Serrano. I think that these creative pieces have made people aware, and I would like. I think that it's excellent. Thank you so much, Juliana. Thank you so much, Juliana. Professor Ether, I would like to thank you for, well, yesterday, okay. I think that continue this initiative, it's very important, and also to create it's very important, and it's something that can get us closer. I think what we want is to get together, and sometimes we are all like in our caves, either institutional and or thematic cave, and this is extremely important. Therefore, I would like to congratulate you all. Thank you so much for this invitation, and I would like to greet all the colleagues in the panel. It was great to be here. Okay, shall we? Okay, there's no closing. If there had been, there's no closing ceremony. Okay.
Me gusta esa forma de pensar.
Con marimba.
Muchísimas gracias.
With a lot of weed.
Gracias.
Luego.
Chao.
Muchas gracias.